We get another audio test. Good enough for me. Let me test that one more time. Alright, the mute button on the controller actually works the way it should. Oh boy, it has been a long time since I've done this. But it's finally here. It's finally here, I'm doing it. I'm doing the fishing stream. It's real. I'm gonna get very tired doing this. He has been dead since I loaded into this area like half an hour ago. He will not pick himself up. Got very lucky. There are people that actually are here streaming. I think it's because I stood over here. But, yeah, hello. It is I have returned. I'm going to do some fishing for a really long time. Alright, so. I've been sitting here for about, I guess, 4 hours now. Just getting everything organized. Trying to figure out what exactly I want. How I want things to play out. And I've decided on a format that I think will work, but we're just gonna have to see. What I've kind of decided on is I'm gonna cast my line out like 10 times, and then I'm gonna read a lore tab. And then once I've done that, I'll just repeat that process. And a certain way through, like, when I've read a certain number of them, I'm gonna switch planets, maybe. Because I don't necessarily want to be here forever, because there are triumphs for fishing I still don't have. And I can't get all of them here. So, about a sixth of the way through, I'm gonna switch. So, we're gonna come back to Nessus again. So, we're gonna go to all 3 fishing spots 2 times. I don't know if that's paced very well, but I really have I don't think there's a better way to do it. There might be, but I can't think of it. So for now, this is just the way it's gonna be. I have no other... I personally just don't know. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want to do. But this is something... This is kind of a joke, honestly. I've been talking about doing a quote-unquote fishing stream for almost a year now. I can't believe Season of the Deep is almost a year old. That's insane. It doesn't feel that old. Where I was essentially just gonna sit here and fish forever. Like, use every single amount of my bait. I did test that once, because I knew I was gonna be doing this, just to see how long it would actually take. And what ended up happening is it took me 6 hours to lose every amount of bait I had. But that's mostly because I got a lot of my bait back. and also had to go to the helm to offload all the fish I had because you can't hold more than 500. So, I'm not gonna use all of my bait. Oh, that's perfect timing. I just casted my 11th thing.
To all who can hear me, alert. Incoming Cabal construct.
Come on.
85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
Okay, there are no purples here, so I'll just go ahead and pick these up. Let me out! Alright. So, I have some categories here. I've got this organized right here. You can't see that. But I've got a few categories here that I've written down in a non-specific order. I kind of messed up a little bit, but I have an order that works in my head. Now, I thought about just going ahead and reading the... Let's see. I can never navigate this menu correctly. What I want is to go ahead and take care of the Guardian Games lore tabs, one weapon from Trials of Osiris that I missed from Season of the Deep, and the Prophecy weapons, but only because I have no reason to believe that those aren't new lore tabs. If they're not, then I'm just wasting my time, and don't know how to... I mean, there's a really easy way that I could check that. But I'm just not gonna do that. I'm just gonna waste time. It would have helped if I had actually put where all these things were placed in here. Hold on. It's events. I'm silly. How you feel is how you look, my dear. Oh no, it's already started so bad. How you feel is how you look, my dear, and I want you feeling your best, Eva Levante. The afternoon sun warms the courtyard's flagstones. Well-fed pigeons coo from balcony railings. Tree branches covered in new buds stir in the breeze. Ships hang in the air above the city where the traveler used to sit. And a dozen guardians brandish weapons and accessories at one another. I don't know what you're talking about, declares a sentinel. The chased patterns on her silver gorget matched her shield. Obviously, taking a punch is the most important thing. What else is armor for? A sunsinger in an antique tabard pulls off her glove. Its fine weave covered in metallic feathers that catch the light. She shakes the glove at a blade dancer. Genuine batadactyl factors. Batadactyl feathers. I'm starting to say, oh my god, batadactyls. Those are the things from Venus, aren't they? Have those been named before, or oh wait, I might be remembering this from something. Did I hear Bife mention this? Is that why I thought those things were from Venus? Yeah, probably. These gloves have flown in Venus's upper atmosphere. They resonate with solar energies. That's the key. Batadactyls don't have feathers. You overpaid, darling, says the blade dancer. When I personally slay the witness, what my armor need is style, and you're lacking that too. A pair of solar wings ignite on the Sunsinger's back. The temperature of the courtyard rises 2 degrees. The Guardians reach for their weapons. Oh my, has Lord Shack set up a new crucible arena in the tower? The Guardians freeze and turn to see Eva Levante. Her crisp scarf is perfectly coordinated with her stylish yet practical shoes. A sunbreaker shuffles over to hide a scorch mark on the ground. The blade dancer speaks first. Eva, you're just who we need. You can solve all our problems. Perfectly calm in the face of 3 Gambit teams worth of Guardians, Eva says, solving all your problems might be even beyond me, my dear. The Sentinel shield fades to nothing as she comes to the same realization. You can solve our biggest problem, she says. You're the expert. Guardians speak over each other. Grandmother. Auntie Eva. Miss Levante. She looks them over. More guardians than Zavala would send after some great beast, all staring at her with pleading eyes. Oh, alright. I could use a break from the holiday crowds. Eva raises a finger to her audience. When I was in Couture, I used a 3-part rubric. Form, function, and flair. So one at a time, down the path and back. I want to see your look, I want to see what it can do, and most of all, I want to see how it makes you feel to wear it. And the tower's first ever fashion show begins. I am fairly certain that was the correct pond. I would feel really bad if that wasn't. Is the fishing spot back? Yes. Oh yeah, check this out. This thing's so cool, man. I love it. We'll be reading that lore tab soon. Oh, by the way. Look at that little guy back there. He actually showed up today. I ordered him over the weekend. I've been wanting that for a while, and I finally decided to splurge on something. Which reminds me, that's not the only thing I ordered from Bungie. I've got something else coming along, and I don't even know when it's going to show up, honestly. I know the free collector's editions that were being given out to other content creators have gone out like a month ago or so at this point. But I don't know if the paid ones have gone out. Those might be still incoming. I'm not sure. I'd have to check the dates on that. But anyway, I have ordered the collector's edition finally. I was honestly surprised they still had some. And was even more surprised that apparently they still have Lightfall's collector's editions. Which was even stranger. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. I thought that one sold really well. Regardless of how it ended up. But yeah. I have an idea for not necessarily a stream, but a video that I might end up making into a Final Shape Part 0, where I just read the lore from the collector's edition of Final Shape. I'm hoping it comes out or gets here before the expansion actually comes out. That way I can actually get something done and actually have it out in time. It's been a while since I've edited a video, like, to the degree that I used to, that's for sure. And I would definitely love to do that. I just hope it gets here with enough time for me to actually get it out and make it look and sound at least okay by my standards. Oh, that was quick. Yeah, I don't know what to call him. I think it'd be in poor taste to call him Milos. But at least that would be, I don't know, tribute? Wonder what happened to that other guy. Yeah, unless we start getting purples out here, we're not gonna get anything done. Alright, so it's probably 10 again. I'm just watching the number to see if it becomes like 80. Oh, I thought that was bad for sure. Okay, 79. Check the map. No event incoming, so I feel safe about reading the next one. Alright, so next we are going to read the weapon tab for the Guardian Games Heavy Grenade Launcher Hullabaloo. Let's make some noise. Sorry, this headset is just failing me entirely. Moving the cable on it just fails it. Just causes it to fail. And I gotta move it back to where it can actually hear anything again. Nonpareil's ghost marks off the list of their bounties as complete, radiating satisfaction. Nonpareil groans. Back home already? The energy in the tower is so off lately. Behind her, Taranov shakes off her robe to release a shower of spin metal fragments, gained on an unintended roll through the moth yards. Yeah, but there aren't any working showers here. Let's get going. Already? Thoughtfully, Nonpareil summons a ball of void light and tosses it up and down. Hey, Taranov, think fast. The other Guardian turns around just in time to catch the light with her face. Taranov splutters as she's resurrected. I will kill you. Nonpareil beckons to her. Yeah? Give me your best shot. Taranov lifts her grenade launcher and shoots directly at Nonpareil. She's still bent over laughing when Nonpareil's ghost brings her back up. They each go down 3 more times before they work out the rules for their new game. Grenade launchers for the serve, light weapons for the return. Nonpareil smacks the grenade firmly, this time with her sentinel shield. Taranov watches as it sails overhead and hits an old shack in the distance. After a moment, the noise of the explosion reaches their ears. They keep their ghosts busy with resurrections the whole afternoon. As daylight fades, so does their energy. Taranov releases her Dawnblade with a groan. You ready to take on the tower now? Nonpareil slings an arm over her shoulder. We're going to fix the tower. Good times for everyone. Listen, we get it on the ground floor of a whole new sports league. Bookings, betting, licensed gear, the works. Sunset over Old Russia is a beautiful sight. Small fires burn in the scrub. The view warms Nonpareil's heart. A week later, they have 300 sign-ups for their new Grenade Kitball League. Alright. They have 300 sign-ups for their new Grenade Kitball League, and roughly as many citations from the Praxic Order for alleged manipulation of betting rings. Yeah, no kidding. What were those two thinking? Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Whatever. So, I mostly thought to myself that doing it this way would help me maybe catch my breath. Obviously, here in the beginning, I still have a lot to say. But as things go, I'm gonna get much more tired talking, so it might get to the point where I just don't say anything while I'm fishing. Because... oh, this is great, by the way. So, after compiling all the data, I've discerned that I have to read literally exactly to completely catch up to where I was. Now, some of these I think I have read before, but I unfortunately cannot remember, so I'm just going back to some of them. I know I read some of the armor from Root of Nightmares, but I read them in pieces as I got them. So what I'm just gonna do instead is I'm just gonna read literally everything from Root of Nightmares, including pieces that I don't have. I have crafted all the weapons, so I definitely have those at this point. Can't remember if I read those either, it's just been way too long. But, oh, I just completely... no shot. It was so low, the odds were at 0! You saw it. You saw it, the odds were at 0. That's nonsense. Streamer RNG, I guess. Is that my baller? Yep. I lost my train of thought entirely. That exotic fish ruined everything. Okay, so, but yeah, I'm gonna read everything from Root of Nightmares, including all 3 of the armor sets, which all have different stories, by the way. I should not have read those piecemeal. I should have just waited. Because now looking back on it, it's just a waste of time to have done it before. The weapons were fine. But oh well. That's just how things are. By the way, I am going to read armor tabs all together and not space them out in between fishing, like I am with pretty much everything else. For the explicitly for the sake of keeping a narrative cohesive. So, let's see, what am I thinking here? Oh hey, Lego Master is near. Yeah, I'll just... Yeah, I think for the... Wait, I think I'm about on 10 again. I'm on 10 again, aren't I? Can't believe I caught an exotic fish. Alright, I'm gonna call that 10. Let's see. There is going to be an event here in about 3 minutes. Should I just... I think I should just commit to fishing to try and get some legendaries to pop up, because I am gonna still be here a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna make some exceptions to the rules I set. Depending, like, if I see a public event is popping up, I'll just continue to fish, maybe, because... like, alright, no. How about this? If there are people fishing with me, and I see the public event pop up, I will actually commit to fishing. But if I'm by myself and I see it pop up, I'll just stick to the 10 rule. Because otherwise... I'm wasting their time by not contributing. But yeah, I think for now, I just want to take a minute and just not... I hope you will pardon me for not wanting to talk for a little bit. Because not only am I going to be talking a lot for a long time, it's also late. I should have started this way earlier. I should have done this. I should have done all the information gathering months ago. I originally was going to do this during Season of the Deep. And here we are almost 10 months later, and I'm just now doing it. But hell, it's taking a minute for that public event to pop up, I'll say that. Oh, I just thought of something to rant. Maybe not necessarily rant about, but... So the eclipse was today, and I didn't get to see it. Not because I didn't have the glasses, but because it was overcast where I was, so... RIP. I hope everyone else got to enjoy it. All I saw... It got slightly darker. We could at least tell that. But that's all I know for sure. I really wish that had happened. I was just on Twitter for a while, just watching people posting it. Oh. I will leave that. I'll leave that right there. Is that event going to start anytime soon? Can I put... Oh, there we go. No! Don't pick up the... No! They don't know the tank!
Alert.
I can't believe they've done this.
85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
Alright. So now we are going to read... And this is actually on my recently discovered All-Star Vector, which is kind of, actually really kind of spicy. Do dragonflies do loop-de-loops? You're telling me these skimmers just turned up? Prakesh prods gingerly at one of the boards with his foot. It floats gently in place at the center of the storeroom. A donation for the game, Spider says distractedly. Is that unusual? He grunts, displeased, and gestures sharply. Arha moves the painting slightly left of his current position, wobbling precariously atop his chair.
Operations?
Usually
What a
there's a bed
paradox.
involved, Prakash explains. Or it's official Vanguard merchandise. This almost looks like one of the Neomuna skyboards, though, and the Vanguard wouldn't be passing that around. Well, then it seems we've lucked out this year. The right, Arha. Arha grumbles but obeys, hefting the frame into position. I think that did it, Prakash says, squinting at the painting. He doesn't see the point of it, a series of splotchy purple flowers along a dirt path, indistinct trees. But Spider is gazing up like it's made of pure ether. Your donor leave a name, at least? Spider sighs and reaches for a datapad. Let's see, shipment's personal vehicles, skimmer, gift to the city, here. Concordat.
They'll have a hard time escaping.
Spider looks over at Prakash, who shrugs. No idea who that is. So, this one's interesting. So, I didn't play Guardian games. No, I take that back. I played Guardian games a lot this year. Mostly for this thing. Probably the coolest addition to this game, just in general. Oh no. I'm losing it. No, I can't. The space is too narrow. Oh, they are having a jolly good time up there. But yeah, I played a lot of Guardian games but didn't stream it because I just didn't think it was worth it. Because at least with Festival of the Lost, I knew there was going to be lore tabs. Because of the book, and I just saved those for the end. But I didn't know there were going to be any lore tabs, and I certainly didn't know there was going to be anything about the Concordat. I had kind of just thought they'd given up on that.
Vibrations of the substrate are consistent with an explosively
But yeah, the
destructive
Concordat
event.
was
Can
a
you confirm?
faction within the
Explosive
city
destruction
that
sounds
existed
pretty
before
accurate to me.
our character's time.
Appreciation incoming, Captain.
They were exiled from the city. They don't like Osiris, just general stuff like that. I wish I could say more, but that's kind of my extent of knowledge on them. When the event started, there was a little bit of dialogue from Eva that, in my head, seemed to imply that that Nimbus had actually had these made for us. Because the explicit phrasing was from someone that used to call Earth home. And I thought, well, that would technically make sense if it was Nimbus, because he is technically from Earth. But then that lore tab came out. And I went, oh, that makes way more sense, because Nimbus is only from Earth by technicality, but not really. They've spent their entire lives on Neptune. Along with all the Neomuni. So that didn't make sense anymore. I'm wondering... And I think the specific phrasing was... It's a peace offering, so it makes me wonder if that's Bungie's way of saying we're done worrying about the Concordat, so you should stop worrying about it, or if, oh nice, he caught an exotic, or if it means they're setting up a Concordat storyline later, which I kind of hope they are, but at the same time, if there aren't if politics in Destiny don't involve any of the enemy races, then I don't know if anyone's gonna be interested. Unfortunately, at least as a game. It's hard to say. We had a politics season, and it was pretty good. And people liked it. But that's only because we were shooting robots. If that makes sense. I just think I don't know, that might be the wrong thing to say. gameplay-wise, how interesting would the Concordat be? Like, what would we be doing? Because I think there is potential for a good Concordat storyline, especially now that all the other factions are gone. Like, they could easily rise up now, because who's leading the city now? It's just Zavala and Ikora at this point. No one else is really in the consensus as far as... I don't actually know who else is considered official members of the consensus other than those two. Everyone else is dead or exiled. But that being said, it's probably just as likely that what's actually going on is Bungie saying we don't need to do anything. We either don't need to do anything or don't want to do anything with the factions, so shut up, deal with it. Which I guess is fine. If they want to move on to other things, then that's their decision to make. I just hope it was made with good intentions instead of not. Because Lord knows some bad decisions have been made by Bungie here lately, but it feels narrative-driven. So I don't know what to think about the usage of Concordat for this event. But either way, I like that they gave us a really cool hoverboard. So they're cool in my book. That's not new to them either. We were talking about this back when the event started with, like, JD and everything. At least I think I was. No, yeah, I was talking about it with him. Concordat had a Taken King or Rise of Iron quest of some kind. They gave us that Green Sparrow, I think, and then we never heard from him again until this event came out. So I don't know, maybe that's just an old plotline they decided to just put a pin in for the sake of it. Who knows? It's hard to say. We'll just have to keep an eye out on them. No turning jack. Very nice. Alright, what do I got? Okay. Lore. So we're out of the Guardian games. I want to go ahead and read this one thing real quick, because this is the only thing on my trials list. It's a story from Season of the Deep that I just completely missed, and I know for sure it's a new lore tab just because of this right here. Stasis was the thesis, Strand is his dissertation, Sister Feora. It's a name we haven't seen in a while. Shura kneels in front of a gilded copper pot and the young bonsai rising from inside it. Tucked away in the soil are the vertically sliced fragments of a ghost. Oh. The tree grows up around them, and where root and dirt meet, Shira places a stick of lit incense. The bazaar is quiet as she lifts the freshly potted tree and places it on a low table, overlooking the city overlooking the city the traveler once protected. You are missed, Shira whispers, brushing her fingertips against the soft branches. The remains of Reed Seven's ghost stare up at her. Wait. For a moment, she remembers seeing the cockpit of her jump ship littered with the ghosts of her victims, yet her ghost was spared the witness's wrath. Wait. What's Reed's? I know that name. Is that Reed Seven's ghost in the opening Lightfall cutscene? Is that what they're saying? How did I miss out on this? Aisha's too, but this pain isn't about her, it is selfish. Shira's heart lurches, and she tries to center herself. I exalt my fire team. Is that a prayer? A woman asks behind her. Shira quickly turns and spots a stranger approaching between stalls. She carries a glaive like a walking staff. Its design matches the ornate pattern of her robes. Familiar? Osirian. Of sorts, Shira answers belatedly. The robed woman bows, apologetic. I ask for a moment of your time, Shira? Hearing her name from the mouth of a stranger sets Shira on edge. She glances at the memorial, then stands. Please, leave me be. My name is Sister Feora, the robed woman continues. Devotee of Osiris, Seeker of Truth, Outcast. The last title earns a squint from Shayora. What do you want, Outcast Feora? Sister Feora gestures to herself with one hand. Only to offer you something that few others would, given your history. Shayora raises a brow in challenge. Feora boldly meets it. Friendship. Aww. So the Shayora story is still continuing in the Trials set. That's really unfortunate because I think the most recent Trials drops don't have anything. Like Incisor? Hold up. I'm actually gonna... This is really off cuff, but I'm gonna check that real quick. Where is that? I don't think Incisor has one, and that's a new weapon. Yeah, it just doesn't have one. Oh, yep. There's an event starting. 5 minutes. Oh, they actually did a pretty decent job of filling the bar. I really hope these guys know about the meta. The fishing meta. Alright. Got an ignition toad. Very nice. No, not now. It's almost time for the event. I missed that one. By the way, yes, I did update my fit just a little bit. I really like the Guardian Games helmet from this year. That whole set looks pretty good, actually. Don't usually care for the Guardian Games set, but they actually did pretty good with all of them this year. Got a pretty good theme going on. Good enough to actually trade my helmet out. Almost good enough to trade my, my chest piece out, too. I just need to take a closer look at it, maybe find a slightly better shader, because the one thing it does do is, like, it has these, like, metal platings on it, like here and here, that just turn green when you put iron countershade on it, and it just doesn't look that good. So I don't bother. I still have this, the Aetherkin set on, at least the chest piece. I just think it's a good one. I've had it on for a really long time, and I still like it. The only thing I don't like about it, even now to this day, is the like metal pipe sticking out of the back. I know it's very Fallen style, and that is cool. But if I could take them out, I would, in a heartbeat. Yeah, I gotta start getting more perfect catches. Oh, perfect. That was an even 10.
To all who can hear me,
Thank you.
Incoming Cabal construct.
Thank you, you're a real
85%
pal.
Probability of intelligence-related objective.
Oh no! I looked away at just the wrong time. Well, I may as well just get them all. No purple ones. That way I can just go straight to the next one. Alright, so next I'm gonna take a look at the prophecy weapons. The new ones. Let's see. Let's take a look at... Oh, these are... You know what?
Intelligence operations?
These are
What a
short,
paradox.
actually. So I might just read all three of these back to back. Like, these are incredibly short. Where's Adjudicator? I thought I saw it. There we go. Hesitation kills. Emissary of the Nine. You sought us out in the deep black. Meditation wasn't enough for you. Go and touch the hissing silence. Do not fear being submerged. Not many ships go that far these days. You went through hell to get one and then again to get there. You found the devil himself. A golden snake, a devil who's... Wait. A golden snake, a devil who poses as God. No more a god than you. You didn't fight him. You turned around smart. Others did, while we watched. Now, here's the thing. I know... Wait, are they saying... Well, no. The dialogue is from the perspective of the entities known as the Nine. But I don't know if this is relevant to what's happening now or not. Like, I just really don't. So I don't know if they were like the thing that poses as a god. I don't know if that's referring to the witness or not. Because if it is, that means it's a new relevant lore tab, and it is worth reading. But if not, then this might just be a waste of time. I'm not sure. Embrace your fate, Emissary of the Nine. Do you hear us? You wanted power. It is not for you. We have a task for you. Find the worthy, bring them.
Of the substrate are
3
consistent
keys.
with an explosively
3 are
destructive
required.
event.
Show them.
Can you confirm?
Emphasize it. Everything dies. They are no exception. We're immortals, they'll say.
Appreciation incoming,
Correct.
Captain.
And yet, who dies more than they do? None. Only when they accept this can they be born anew. Be relentless. These might not be relevant at all. I hate to say it. Prosecutor. It's auto rifle. That'll be next. Oh, it was right there. All this in service of one purpose. You have their attention. Let us see if you can keep it. Emissary of the Nine. A court, a vault, a maelstrom, a cauldron, a realm, a void, an equinox, a meridian, a shift. Certainly. Yeah, it's just certainly. Trials no more, not like they were. A keep, a parallax, an apex, a plane, a court, a vault, a maelstrom, a cauldron. Of what? Of stars. Of 9. I think these are old lore tabs. I think those are new. I think those are old lore tabs. And I just wasted my time. But you know what? It's fine. Because we just caught up. Well, we're past things that don't actually really matter, I guess, is what I mean. So here's what I'm going to do. Oh, I thought for sure that that bar was like a quarter of the way full for a second. Yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast out another 10 bait here. Just catch the fish. Pick up the fish. Then I'm going to go to either Earth or the Throne World for a little bit. Could read some lore here first. And then go, since I decided to stay. Yeah, I could just... I'll see what the public event status of the Throne World is like before I make that decision. May I cast out? Yeah, we'll just say this. We'll just say move it along at 4:30. It's always when I stop paying attention for half a second. Time to just sit here and get comfy for a second. It feels like I've been sitting here forever. I haven't done anything yet. We're just getting started. We're only a sixth of the way through, and that's only because I decided to read 3 of them back to back. Because they're super short. This is gonna take forever. And a lot of those lore tabs are long. There's very few short ones from what I remember. I think, let me think. Wicked Implement might be short, but I'm just gonna spoil it now. I think Wicked Implement is the very last thing I'm gonna read. Because I feel like that's appropriate. It is technically the last thing we do in Season of the Deep is do the Wicked Implement quest, so I think it would be fitting to let that be the last thing we read. But yeah, we got a lot of ground to catch up to before we make it to that point. And we have to read all of Rooted Nightmare's stuff, excluding the first 4 In-Spiral books, because those are self-contained stories, and I do not particularly feel like reading those again, because when I know for sure I read them on camera, that's just not what I want to do. I do still have to read the other 6, unfortunately. Well, maybe not necessarily unfortunately, it's just, man, I should have done this way sooner in my life. Just in general, in my life. Alright, so what do we got going on in the Throne World? Where's the fish? It's over there, and there's no event active. Let's get going. Okay, what do I want to read? Okay, we'll read Rufus's Fury. Just real... Actually, I'm gonna claim whatever this is on the way down. Oh, good, I finished that at least. Did I finish anything else? Cool. We're on our way. Might actually get a lot of the fishing triumphs done today. That would be pretty nice. Should have been doing fishing a lot more often. Yeah, let's go ahead and read the lore tab for Rufus's Fury. Where are you? Best legendary auto. Depending on your point of view. Hey, wait a minute. Does that not have a lore tab? Hold up. Or are they not viewable in collections? I thought for sure that they had lore tabs on them. Am I just completely wrong? Hold up. Hold up. If the Michael that I've got in this vault doesn't have a lore tab on it, then this stream just got a lot shorter. Where is it? I know it's here. Oh my god. They don't have lore tabs at all, do they? How did I thought I checked that, honestly. The root weapons don't have a lore tab. Oh shit. This stream just got way shorter. Alright. In that case, let's get a move on. If none of the weapons have a lore tab, then that means I get to go straight to the Titan set of armor first. I'll get there and... I'm gonna get out there. I want to find it at least. I'm not completely safe out here, but I'm safer here than I am. Never mind. All right. You know what? I'm gonna take that rare. I'm gonna take this rare moment. Actually, just go ahead and cast another 10, because I know for sure that I'm gonna be reading a lot here in the next few minutes. Lucent Hive Inquisitors, but I'm fishing. Can we not? Wow, real good. I don't know how I missed that the root weapons don't have lore tabs. I guess I just assumed that they did. That's really weird that they don't. But you know what? Silver linings. So it's not really a point in me writing anything. If only the... Oh wow, I just completely failed that. If only the armor sets... They went all in on the armor set lore, though. Because each one has a completely different set of stories on it across all the sets. I don't know, do I? That actually threw a huge wrench in my plans for the pacing on all this. Because I was gonna... You know what, maybe it doesn't ruin anything. Maybe it doesn't ruin anything. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I think it is fitting... Wait, what am I talking about? This is Root that I'm talking about. I don't know why in my head I think of Root whenever I think of Val the Disciple, because I know they're not the same raid. I guess it's because the theming is so similar, at least as far as... Oh yeah, we're in a pyramid. Maybe that's the reason. I know they're two very distinctly different raids. But for some reason, whenever I think of Root, I just think of Val instead, and I couldn't tell you why. What I was about to say was, I think it's really fitting that I'm in the throne world while I'm talking about Root, but that just doesn't make sense. I don't know where my brain's at right now. But yeah, I'll finish reading all the stuff that I've got for Root of Nightmares, or at least, There's a lot of lore I gotta get through. Okay, what am I? Okay, alright, okay. Got, should be endgame. I should have written the categories down to find this stuff faster. Where is it? Ah. Yeah, this was the only one I never got. Helm of Agony, Acolytes of Nezarec, Briar 1. The weight of the forest darkness pressed down on me. Adrenaline pumped through me as I watched my opponents fall. I listened for the thud as their body collided with the ground. Deep crimson painted a nearby tree sliding down through bark and seeping into sapwood, the excess pooling on the ground to soak in the dead pine needles. I don't remember who it was or why I had chosen to slay them. In the past I had seen my fair share of bloodshed, killed indiscriminately. If you saw another day on my lands, it was because I willed it. But this felt different. Up ahead, shadows shifted in the sea of trees. I braced myself, sword held steady. Shivers traveled up my fingertips, electrified my arms, and settled as a chill on the back of my neck. Who was there? I could hear whispers all around me from behind every tree. It was overwhelming, all-encompassing, indecipherable. The shadow swiftly closed the distance between us until it towered over me. It reached for me, and I stepped back. I remember the sinister laugh, the way it touched a primal fear deep within me. I was paralyzed, my mind flooded with whispers. His wispy body lurched forward and slammed through me. I felt myself fall. The wind left my lungs, and for a moment there was nothing. An emptiness the likes of which I had never felt before. Okay, so Briar's story was on the Titan set. Part 2. The cycle remained the same, but my actions were not my own. My blade felt heavier with each battle. I did not recognize the shadow attached to me. I did not recognize myself. Did I even know who I was to begin with? The shouts and pleas of my enemies reverberated in the air. My skin burned, and my heart pounded harder than a hammer striking an anvil. My head was filled with a dense fog. It was present but lost. My adversary fell to the ground, gasping for air. I fixed my eyes on their face, and a breathy, animalistic snarl escaped my lips. It lingered in the air like a haunting song. Beneath it was that laugh. His laugh. I fell to my knees, staining them in the crimson that had pooled beneath my boots. I dropped my sword and lifted my shaky hands up to my eyes. The fresh blood ran down my fingers, forming a tapestry in the palm lines. I saw his face in the pattern, felt the weight of my hands on my shoulders. On my mind, I screamed. Yeah, I know where this story goes. This one's messed up. So, the implication... Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that Briar was a guardian, or at the very least he was a risen, and was a warlord back in those times. I'm pretty sure this is where this goes. Part 3. You are mine. My threaded silk sheets were no longer a comfort. Instead, they felt like gravel against my skin. Every twist and turn yielded pain. The lit candle beside my bed did not ease my mind. I turned onto my back, eyes trained on the ceiling to avoid the shadows dancing in the chandelier's orange glow. As I sunk into my pillow, I felt as though it would eventually suffocate me. It could not grant me solace from the whispers. They were always present, like white noise, at least until he required my attention. Bring me more. Groans of pain and agony poured into my room. Each corner shifted and warped in ways I could only attribute to that fateful day in the woods. I was paralyzed by the weight of it all. The flame at the tip of the wick flickered weakly as it neared the bottom of the holder where the wax pooled. Numerous claws and black tendrils inched their way toward my bed. You will never be free. I cried out as solar energy burst forth. The hammer was warm in my grasp. I leapt from my bed, slammed the fiery weapon down into the floorboards. I felt the heat intensify as flames licked at every surface they could find. The shadows still danced, still reached for me. I tried to burn them away. Wood splintered and cracked as everything fell apart. My screams drowned in the destruction of my home. Yeah, definitely a solar titan if I had to... Yeah, definitely a solar titan. Oh, that's even more messed up. Hey, hold on a second. I didn't even think about the ramifications of this guy being one of the solar dudes from Mercury. Never once considered that particular aspect. Part 4. I did not ask for your help, I shouted. Rage coursed through me. My knife was stained red. I shouldn't have been able to see it, any of it, but here I was staring back at my ghost. You need your sight, Firethorn returned. His voice was laced with concern, something I ignored in the moment but would remember for years to come. That is not up to you. He preys upon my vision. I stepped forward, and Firethorn floated up to meet my gaze. The blade of my hand shook as a faint whisper tickled the back of my mind. Do it. I shouted, covered my ears. I could see shapes forming in the darkness of the tree line again. I couldn't take it anymore, but I knew Firethorn would only continue to heal me. You need to snap out of this, Firethorn pushed. You're losing control. Where is the great Briar of the Wild Brambles? Dead. The thorn that pierced the heart of would-be gods. A puppet. Pain and terror were your sympathy. My symphony. What's become of... I remember how easily my hand wrapped around him. How I forced him to the ground and pierced his lens with my knife. I hadn't realized what I'd done until I saw the light flicker out of his eye. Firethorn's pieces were the last things I saw before succumbing to permanent darkness. That's such a good line for that ending bit. Oh my god. He killed his ghost and then he finally stabbed his own eyes out. Rip. In the final part. The campfire crackled and echoed throughout the cave. I reached toward it, allowing the warmth to guide me. The man across from me had remained silent throughout my recollection. Do you carry the scent of him? Of Nezarec? As do you, Briar of the Wild Brambles, the man said. The title felt unfamiliar as it left his lips. Was I still deserving of that moniker? It felt long gone. It's faint, but still there. What is the true reason you've sought me out? There was a long pause. Then I heard him shuffle around for something in his bag. My family has been in Nezarec's favor for generations, he said. I defensively gripped my walking stick, ready to draw my blade if necessary. Then I heard the thud of a heavy object, and after a few seconds, the sound of pages turning. He spoke again. Our experiences will not be the last. The pages continued to turn, just loud enough for me to hear over the crackle of the fire. Do you wish to feel his full power again? The man asked. Deep down I felt an instantaneous yes ring loud and true. I'd spent so long fearing his influence, the sheer terror he amplified within me. But when he was gone, all that remained was a void, an all-consuming vacuum of terror. What do you need me to do? I asked. I had no way of definitively knowing, but something told me the man was smiling. Oof. So I'm pretty sure the guy is Michael. Yeah, I don't know what to call him, like the High Priest of Nezarec, I guess, is what you would definitely call him. Not entirely sure if he has a title, but I'm pretty sure Michael's the name of the guy. I need a break. I need a break from talking. So much lore! So much fish to catch! I'm surprised a public event didn't happen while I was in there. Wait, hold up. Yeah, there's still not one active here. Oh, someone's near. I'm gonna have to sit up. I can feel myself sinking in my chair. Yep. Oh. That feels a little better. He joined me. Hello. OG Slacker. Don't mind me, I'm just... I'm just reading to the fish. I'm not insane. You could make art of that. Just my character breathing, just sitting on the side of the shore, just holding a book in his hands. There's just all the exotic fish just sitting at the edge of the water, just looking at him. Come on. There we go. That's a catch. Need to pay closer attention to how many bait I have. I don't know if I said it already, but the Root of Nightmare section I have prepared is definitely the biggest one, without a doubt. So, a lot of the pain is gonna go away once I get through that. Because there are no other places that we have left that have 3 different stories across 3 different armor sets. I think there's 2 more armor sets in total that we have to do, but like I said, and keep saying, they're all the same. So that's gonna cut down on some reading time. I really caught a break with those weapons. I thought for sure that I was gonna be reading those too. My entire trip around the solar system was planned entirely around that. Today, it is what it is. Alright. That is another 10 done. Let's begin reading Bite of Trepidation. And this is Coraxus' story. The reef's labyrinth of asteroids and debris provided many a hideout for those who wished to be lost, and a potential gathering place for those that partook in less savory acts. A large catch had set up among the debris on a random asteroid of his captain's choosing and had opened for business, supposedly as a bar. The music bumped, and the clientele, Elixir pirates, were as rowdy as they were ruthless. Coraxus sat at a table with his head rested in his upper hands, his cup held in the lower hand. Exhausted, he hadn't taken a sip since he'd sat down, and he hadn't noticed that an imposing captain, flanked by 2 smaller dregs, had entered the bar. The captain started toward his table. "Where's the relic?" The captain, now towering over the table, chittered in his shared tongue. Coraxus visibly tensed and gripped his cup so tightly that the cloth woven around his palm strained. "I don't have it," he responded. Before Coraxus could register what happened, the captain snatched him from his seat. Despite being loosely labeled captain by his crew, Coraxus was nowhere near the size of the Elixir before him. His feet dangled in the air. This freaking cable. Pathetic. Not worthy of your crew. "You're right," Coraxus agreed, defeat evident in his tone. The captain's words were venomous, but not as impactful as the fist that collided with Coraxus' face. The other patrons scattered. A blur of fists and insults erupted. A faint chorus of ethereal laughter swelled beneath the violent chaos. I completely forgot about this story until just now. I didn't realize this was about an Elixir. Coraxus Part 2. The slow drag of Coraxus' injured leg made the trek back to his empty ship longer than it had been before. Persistent exhaustion made itself known before each... Rogue? Rogue, get in here. That scared me. Rogue! Come on now. Rogue! I'll be right back. Alright. Rogue is fine. Sometimes he'll just get in a fight with something outside and run back in here and just growl at the door. But he's fine, I promise. I'm just gonna start that over, I was not very far in it. The slow drag of Caraxes' injured leg made the trek back to his empty ship longer than it had been before. Persistent exhaustion made itself known before each pang of pain that jolted through him. He was thankful the captain's beating had been interrupted by another patron's fist long enough for him to skitter away, but the paranoia of being tracked lingered. It felt as if an unseen force hovered behind him. Caraxes pushed onward and kept his gaze forward. When he finally made it to his ship, the airlock hissed open and revealed a dark space within. He ignored his usual precautions, too focused on the unbearable pain in his limbs. Oh, it must have just ended. Yeah. The hammock he'd fashioned for himself called to him. He collapsed into it and didn't exhale until he found a comfortable enough position. Sleep found him as soon as he'd closed his eyes. The fastest he'd achieved it in days. Oh man. It's hard to breathe. I know I've said it so many times, but it's really hard to breathe in this chair. Especially when I'm doing this. Forced insomnia and a surprise beating had taken its toll. Then there was a knock on the door. The moment Caraxes heard the rap on the metal, he reached for the gun on the shelf beside his hammock. He approached the door in the most delicate footsteps he could manage. Oh god. He approached the door with the most delicate footsteps he could manage. A heaviness weighed down on every part of him. I'm being shot in the head by an arrow? Because he doesn't know what I'm doing? He hesitated, eyes fixed on the rusted metal. Rap, tap, tap went the door. The door creaked open, and he immediately aimed down his sights at nothing. Confusion crept into his mind as something hit him, hard. Caraxes scrunched his 4 eyes shut. He was flung backwards and braced for impact, but it never came. Caraxes opened his eyes, expecting to see the walls of his catch. Instead, he saw the lunar pyramid, sleek and dark. I'm going to check and see what he's... Okay. I may as well help with that. If they're going to start it, I may as well help. Ah! This is gonna make things take way longer, but I'm willing to do it if it means it happens faster. Because I'm not gonna be able to fish unless this is gone. Only thing I don't like about fishing here is the frequency of the events. How did that only just now say that I joined? Hooray. Oh, more. Gotta say, that felt really good to get up there for a little bit. I need to get an actual gaming chair. As nice as this chair is, I do not feel good sitting here doing this in it. And I'll keep complaining about it until I actually do it. Because I bring it up a lot lately. Or back when I was streaming more regularly, I guess is more accurate. Oh yeah, that's another thing. One of the last things I said in the last stream I did was, if I think that the Riven's Wish things are good enough to stream, I'll stream them. I did the first one just to see what would happen. Oh man, did I not think that was worth streaming. They were worth doing, for sure, but not worth streaming. No way, that had no significance. In any way whatsoever. That was the perfect needle storm, actually. And dead. Oh. Dead. Give me my stuff. Give me my drops. I gotta get back to reading. Oh man, I haven't paid attention to the level on that thing in a while.
Super weapon is no more.
Yeah, wow, good work. You can bet there'll be another soon.
Alright.
Like you Vanguard folks say, stay
But
vigilant,
as Bife would say,
Guardian.
back to the lore. Did the, yeah, I'd finished part 2. Part 3. Caraxes instinctively moved toward the pyramid, an echo of a journey he wanted desperately to forget. The pyramid peeked over the edge of the chasm, a foreboding sight. It was complemented by a stillness that filled the area and made him feel as if he were on the edge of suffocating. He remembered how he carefully traversed the jagged paths, It seemed as if the pyramid was pulling him in. Everything felt familiar, including the paranoia, but something was off. The architecture wobbled and shifted with every step he took. Statues felt as though their heads turned to watch him. Faint whispers danced around the rooms and faded before they could be comprehended. The air was thick with anxious anticipation, with fear. Caraxus retread familiar hallways and staircases until suddenly, without realizing, he stepped into the innermost chamber. His chamber. The whispers grew louder as he approached the body, slumped over, and shrouded in shadow at the center of the room. Hisses, yells, and fervent but unintelligible phrases all blended as Caraxus moved closer. The corpse had been picked clean. Barely anything left outside the vague shape of a body underneath the cloak. But if the threat of curses or sheer... Be it the threat of curses or sheer terror, his head remained untouched. The whispers grew louder the closer Caraxus got to the entity's face. His entire body shook as he stared down at the darkened helmet, a ring of eyes pronounced even in the low light. Despite the same dread that filled him, Caraxus followed through with the familiar actions and carefully removed one of the eyes. The room shook violently, and before he could safely stow the piece away, Caraxus toppled over. He closed his eyes and braced for impact. Oh, how'd it get here? Weird. Acolytes of Nezarec Caraxus. Part 4 is as follows. The energy of the crew bustled. Caraxus opened his eyes, revealing the vastness of space beyond the nearby portal and a dozen or so Elixni partaking in various activities. The air was heavy with tension, hushed tones, and cautious movements as they maneuvered around the decks. Caraxus was quiet, as he had been the first time. The weight and power of the item he'd liberated heavy in his palm. It pulsed. The world had changed. Another familiar moment. "Things aren't looking well, Captain," a Dreg whispered to Caraxus. He remembered this conversation, but did not recognize the Dreg's deep tone. It sounded out of place. The Dreg leaned a bit closer, eyes darting between his shipmates. "Our food is low, the ship needs repairs, and the crew is worried it might be cursed." "Then they can leave," Caraxus snapped. It was automatic, much like his trek through the pyramid. The Dreg hesitated in surprise. Caraxus blinked, no longer surrounded by his crew or their voices of discontent. He suddenly found himself in his quarters. It was dark, the type of darkness that felt as if it would devour him. Caraxus sat at the table by his hammock, just him and the eye. He stared at it, and it stared back. A book of magic lay beside it, a frantic solution to an unexpected problem. The ritual was simple, or so he thought. He was barely able to translate the text on his own, but was too stubborn, too scared to ask for help. He grasped a pointed crystal in his hands. Words left his mouth, but he couldn't hear them over the incessant whispers. The crystal glowed, and Caraxus went The crystal glowed, and Caraxus was met with an energy blast that propelled him backwards. This time, he felt the impact. Yeah, get shut on, I guess. I hate it when it does this. Wait a minute. Oh, I hope I didn't read the wrong one just a second ago. That would have been embarrassing. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Yeah, it's fine. The whispers and screams drilled into Caraxus' mind. He lifted his hands to his face. The whispers and screams drilled into Caraxus' mind. He lifted his hands to his face. Whimpers and pitiful chitters were the only sounds that escaped him. Again, the scenery around him had shifted, and he stood on the edge of a meteorite. Though the reef was vast, he recognized the ship debris flowing past him, but it was different than he remembered, twisted in horrifying shapes. The deep purples and blues were dimmed. It was quiet save for his own personal audience. Caraxus held up the eye in his deteriorated hands. It still pulsed with energy. "Free me." He heard the allure. a voice seducing his soul to do its bidding, but the distortion that followed it reminded Caraxes why he'd come to this place. An untraceable end for this cursed relic. He balled his fist around the eye. The screams pierced his ears as they grew louder. A dark hand reached out to him, fingers inches from his arm. Caraxes flung the eye into the reef with all the strength he could muster. He collapsed, and then a knock on the door. Caraxes jolted awake, hand already outstretched to grab his gun. The whispers were gone, his quarters were quiet. He gazed around the room, dazed. Caraxes stumbled out of bed and delicately approached the door. He aimed down his sights. The metal creaked open. Outside was a human, dressed in a dark, ornate cloak, one hand raised in greeting, the other tightly holding a tome. It gave off the same nightmarish energy as the eye, as Nezarek. Apologies for disturbing your sleep, said the man in a tongue Caraxes. Wow, so bad right now. It's never good, but it's always bad, and I hate when it's bad. Apologies for disturbing your sleep, said the man in a tongue Caraxes loosely understood. But would you happen to be Caraxes? I want to just read. Like, I feel like I'm wasting time by sitting there and reading it to myself and then reading it out loud, but reading it as it comes to me just makes it sound so awful. But you know what they say, history refuses to change. You're gonna scare the fish off, what are you doing? Want a better line. I should have seen what that said first. I definitely need a drink after that. I don't know if I ate something yesterday that did it, or what, but I feel like I've had acid reflux, like, all day. Like my throat, like, just behind my, like, just inside my mouth and nowhere else is just burning a little bit. Like I'm coughing up bile or something. No matter how much I drink, it just doesn't feel much better. There's an instantaneous relief of pain, but it never sticks around, but hopefully it fixes itself soon, or I need to take something. That's certainly not helping what I'm doing right now. I'm starting to think this might have been the right way to do this. It's not a huge break, but it's a necessary break. One that doesn't get any better the more that I talk during it. But I don't know, I just feel like if I'm not saying anything, then what's the point? You know, it's really difficult to place the timing on that particular lore card. Hell, it's kind of difficult to get the timing on the one before it, the one about Briar. All we know is that he's old. Whether he's alive to this day or not is another mystery entirely. Whether this cult even exists anymore is also up in the air. Well, who knows? Technically speaking, Nezarec can still be around, even though we killed him. So who knows? Nice. Well, that's my 10. That was very fast. Actually, hold on. There's already about to be a public event here. Hold on, what's it got? I'm just gonna commit to fishing for a moment. For another moment longer. You'll be fine. Come on. There we go. I'm actually really surprised that I've run into people that are actually trying to fish today. I thought for sure that I was just going to be by myself. Like, the entire way through, somehow. As ridiculous as that sounds, I just don't feel like a lot of people are fishing lately. Me, JD, and Dylan actually came out and fished for about 20 minutes. Like a week or two ago just for RNG purposes. I won't elaborate on that. But what essentially it was we were essentially betting on fish. And that's all I'll say about that. I wonder if I can come up with names for this guy over here. I don't know if enough people follow me to actually get a good poll going. But if I can come up with decent names that I like, I could come up with a name for the War Beast. That'd be kind of fun, I think. If not, I'll just figure it out.
These scorn attacks may seem unending.
Oh, they're right here.
The witness wears its enemies down by force. Show them how immovable you are.
I'm just going to hide. I'm just gonna let them figure that one out. I need to not get sidetracked because I've still got a lot to do. This is the fishing and lore stream, not the public event stream. The Acolytes of Nezarec, Acacia 1. I know I read most, if not all of this before, and I hate to have to do it again, but I feel it's necessary. The jungle density was oppressive and threatened to keep inexperienced explorers from traversing it. Though I had never navigated such a biome, I did not let it deter me. The humidity, the bugs, the overgrowth, I endured them all. I knew she was here. Her trail was almost impossible to find, let alone follow, but she was close. A few days passed before I stumbled on a cave hidden by wild and unwieldy bushes. Even in the cover of night, I could see her there, collecting berries. I snapped a twig under my foot. She spun, palm alight in a purple aura, her singular eye trained on me. I raised my hands immediately. I mean no harm. I'm just a traveler looking for a place to lay my head for the night. I'm unarmed. I waited patiently, careful not to move an inch as she searched my body for anything that could cause her harm. When she found nothing but a tome in my bag, she considered me with a cautious pause, one hand still bright purple. Then she gave a quick nod and walked toward her camp within the cave. The fire she kept was small but warm, and once we finished eating, she smothered it with some dry dirt. I leaned my head against a wooden log and closed my eyes. Some time passed before I finally heard her shift. She had turned to lie on her back. I fixed my eyes on the scion before me, and waited. Alright, I knew Acacia was a scion, I just forgot whose perspective it started at. I waited until I heard her troubled breathing and whimpers before I got up. As I approached, my eyes settled on her sleeping face. I slurred that so badly. It was difficult to get a good look in the dark. Moonlight barely trickled into the cave. She writhed. It was a nightmare. One of his, it had to be. I reached out to her, and my fingers found the flesh of her arm. In an instant, I was wrapped in a whirlwind. The overwhelming screams, the voices, the haunting imagery of his face, the very essence of fear. I couldn't rip myself from it. I was right, it was him. A purple blast from her hand hit me. I landed with a rough thud, and before I knew it, she was standing over me. Her breaths were loud, and her body language read angry with the way the energy from her hands radiated up her arms. I gazed up wide-eyed. "I'm sorry," I managed, hands up. "I am looking for him. For Nezarec, and you are the first being I found that has come into contact with him outside my family." She remained defensive. "I simply want to see his power. To see what your experience was like with him." At this, her demeanor softened, but only slightly. He had come to an understanding. She packed... Oh boy. We had come to an understanding. She backed up and sat on the log. I cautiously got to my feet and joined her. "Please," I begged. After a pause, she looked at me. I held her gaze until my vision was suddenly warped. Alright, Scion vision time! That's still a really cool piece of armor. The structure I find myself in resembles a simple, quaint home. It's small, filled with decorations donning symbols I do not recognize. At the center of the room, two Scions sleep peacefully among a stack of blankets and pillows. I watch the memory unfold from one of the corners. Acacia. The name echoes in my mind. Her name. From behind me, a sinister presence stirs. Goosebumps dart over my skin and familiar whispers, ones I've heard plenty of times in my life, increase in volume. I turn to look at the home's entrance. It is consumed in darkness, windows and all. I wait with bated breath. A ring of eyes materializes in the window. Nezarec. At the sound of his name, the shadows from the window expand and devour all the light in the room. Acacia and the other Scion are the only figures that I can see. Darkness oozes down toward them. I watch intently, unable to take my eyes off the spectacle. A hand forms, claws outstretched. His arm, then his face. The shape of his two-horned headpiece, the ring of eyes. The cacophony of hisses and screams fills the void while the two remain fast asleep. Nezarec reaches for the Scion sleeping beside Acacia. The tips of his claws drag down across the skin only to stop at his closed eye. The darkness swirls, then Nezarec vanishes, leaving nothing but moonlight. So essentially, Acacia got lucky, I think. Is that where that was going? Yeah, the other one got chosen. He was chosen. The phrase repeats throughout the rest of Acacia's memory. The words bounce around the walls of my mind. It becomes hard to focus. Different voices flood in, mixing with hers. Different inflections. All different Scions. He had been chosen. I watch a group of large, ornately dressed Scions enter Acacia's home in the dead of night. They exchange loud, indiscernible words and restrain her. Anguished sounds leave her as she watches them take her partner away. He is powerful. He will sate Nezarec for a long time. Be thankful he was chosen. The different phrases blend haphazardly. The memory slowly fades and the images bleed into one another until I see a group of Scions at the center of the chaos. Seated among them is Acacia's partner. I feel the weight of her pain on my chest. But darkness creeps in. Hundreds of claws rip and shred the edges of the memory. Acacia's pained wails join Nezarec's symphony. Her partner jolts in different directions, as if his body is ripping apart. A purple hue envelops him. He rises from his seat, levitating off the ground. and dark tendrils attach themselves to his shadow to siphon his power. He lets out a pained shout. Suddenly, my reality warps again and I'm thrust back into the real world. The dizziness hits me like a crashing wave. I lean over the log and throw up. I threw up. The hatred Acacia felt for her people and Nezarec permeated every inch of the cave. I didn't know what to say. She knew what it meant to be touched by Nezarec. Though I would have preferred her partner, Acacia would have to suffice. I understand your pain, I said, and reached out to touch her shoulder. She flinched, and her eye snapped to my face. I know you feel hatred toward him, but that's good. Acacia got to her feet. The purple glow covered her hands once more. He rewards those that survive his torment. You know his power. His nightmare needs to live on, I said gently, and stood to gaze up at her. Acacia looked agitated, impatient. I reached for my bag, and she extended her hand defensively. We held each other's gaze for a moment. I slowly pulled a tome from my bag and placed it gently on the log. I flipped the pages until I found an image of a familiar two-horned being. My family has worshipped him for a long time, I told her. Acacia looked down at the pages. Keep that hatred alive. That's what he wants. I sensed her apprehension. If you help me bring him back to this plane, show him you're willing to serve him, he might just let your partner go, I added. It was difficult to tell what she was feeling, but after placing her hand on the tome, I affixed the cover's image. I knew she would be desperate enough to try anything. Yeah, I think I'm misremembering it, but I guess it just never explicitly states that Michael is the dude that all those lore tabs that they're all in perspective of. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's just never explicitly stated. Okay, we're through the trying to reorient here. Oh boy. We're through almost the worst of it. I think after this... Yeah, after this, after I just do this little bit of fishing, I'm gonna go to Earth and read the rest of root stuff, I think. Because there's not a lot going on here. Whew. I don't even want to dare looking at any clock right now. It's just going to make me feel worse. I am still glad I'm doing this, though. Because this needed to be done. I didn't want to... It is possible that if you've got an eagle eye, you might have noticed this throughout some streams, but... Something I did unintentionally before I even started streaming Destiny is, I saved a couple of lore books until it was until the end of what was Witch Queen? Yeah, either Witch Queen or Beyond Light. I can't remember which. It's probably Witch Queen. But I just kept holding on to lore books until it was way too late, and I just never claimed them. So now I just have 2 lore books that I can't finish, even though I definitely unlocked them, but because I didn't claim them, I don't technically have them. And that really sucks, because I was definitely there to experience that. Guess it's just on me for not claiming them, but whatever. Lesson learned. I predict it's gonna be like 2 in the morning when this is over. I'm gonna try my best to resist the urge to not look at a clock during that time. Hey! We're my legendary fish. There's a couple of bait sitting in front of me. I might as well do like 3 more. Just so that, just so the number's even. I'm so excited for tomorrow. We've got actual content coming in. Finally. We're getting a horde mode in Destiny. And it's actually gonna stay. They're not taking it out. It's gonna get its own node. And oh yeah, and that's not even the only thing happening tomorrow. They're actually doing a final shape stream. I almost forgot. That's gonna be fun. Hopefully, there's a trailer that comes out with it. Because I feel like we're long overdue for one. Like, we need something else at this point. Oh boy, that's really good timing. That new public event is about to start. Oh, I'm not gonna get to fish here for very long. That sucks. Well, in that case, I guess I better just start reading something else. So, almost on the second page and second half of my, Oh wait, no I'm not. What am I talking about? I need a sparrow next. The Dream Demon. Well, it's gonna kick me out of the page anyway. I'll just wait. Alright, I'll just read it here. It's no big deal. Alright. Oh, is it this? Wait, hold on. Yeah, Dream Demon's a oh, that's the mistake I'm making. Yeah, I don't have it, but it does have a lore tab on it that's probably worth reading. Feed your fear to the fiend. Allow your nightmares to fuel his inevitable return. Of Hated Nezarec. Oh, here's where Michael's name actually starts getting dropped. Okay. Michael was sweating. I noticed it when I woke him from a deep slumber the night of his 18th birthday. It was late, almost the time of nightmares, and tonight I would pull back the curtain. The leather-bound tome I dropped on the table made him jump. I could tell by the way he blinked up at me, under the basement's singular light, that he was lost. Confused and afraid, I smiled. Nightmares are not to be feared. My hands ran over the ornate shapes on the tome's cover. The symbols of an ancient being, and I slowly opened the page, opened the latches. The book appeared to breathe. He has haunted wait, what? He has haunted slumbers long before the Golden Age, and with every new generation he tests our worthiness, our loyalty. I flipped to a page filled with an image, corner to corner, weighted by layers of charcoal and blood. A lock of hair was sewn into the tome's gutter. The text on the next page also shimmered crimson. Tonight you will carry on our legacy. Before Michael could muster the breath to argue or ask questions, the sound of rattling chains filled the room. Michael turned and peered into the darkness at the back of the room. The soft jitters of an elixir I'd captured earlier that day joined the metal chorus as it tugged at its restraints. I led him forward and lit the sconces up on the wall, revealing the prisoner in question. Michael looked up at me, eyes wide and tearful. "Extract his fear," I instructed. Ooh, okay. I don't know if that implies that that's supposed to be Caraxes or not, but I don't think so. No, it can't be Caraxes, because if Michael is the survivor, then that would put that later. Right, let's get a move on. That public event's probably going to be there. Probably should have started by now. Oh, this will be easy! Why are those there?
Look at those folk, acting like they own this place.
Take down that servitor, and they starve.
Is there a weapons cache thing here earlier? Because those shouldn't be there otherwise. So strong.
It's going haywire.
Yeah, and so am I, Ghost. I couldn't even see his health.
He got the servitor, and the servitor took down the other fallen.
You've smashed their hopes to powder again. Excellent.
Alright. Where's that fishing slot gonna appear at? My lips are so dry, and it's only gonna get worse. When I finally go to sleep tonight, I'm gonna go out. Like, there's not gonna be any waiting for the drift. It's gonna be instant. I'm gonna be gone. I hope I don't sleep. I hope I don't sleep through the stream. That would be really bad. I should be able to see all of them from here. I think one shows up right there. Yeah. Alright. It's the furthest one. Oh, and on top of everything, I'm getting allergies or something. I can feel my nose, my right nostril clogging up. I don't need this right now. No, stop, stop, stop! Oh, that was almost really bad. Alright, what do I got? I could probably go a little bit longer on those this time. At this... Oh, wow. I actually just did it too fast. That was a, net zero on that one. No way! It happened again?! Oh, wow! That's twice, that's 2 different times now that's happened. I can't believe that. If that happens in the Throne World later, I'm gonna lose it. The odds of that must be astronomically low. The color palette here is so much more gentle compared to the other 2 places. But I love the music on Nessus. Yeah, the Throne World's definitely my least favorite place to fish at. The public events are just too frequent. You can't get anything done there. I'm surprised I have that exotic fish. It's just been ruined too many times. You need a bunch of people fishing and catching legendaries to actually get that worked up. Oh, a purple. Maybe I'll wait until... I don't know the exact number of fish you need to actually build up each of the individual pips on that bar. So I don't know if I need to wait for one more purple fish or two more. Because I'd rather not. It's not going to increase my odds until that pip is filled. So there's not really a point in me moving. Very warm in here. I'm slouching again. I can feel it. Just slowly sinking. I'm gonna lose this fish. Oh. I was out of... My actual job wore me out a couple days ago. It made my back hurt today. And sitting like this is not doing me any favors. It's the longest work day I've had doing that job so far, but you know what? I like doing it. So you know what? It's fine. I mean, you shouldn't want to hurt yourself, but it pays pretty good. And like I said, I do enjoy my job, and I do believe everyone should enjoy their job, or at the very least have the chance to enjoy their job. Not everyone is that fortunate. Can we get another purple? I, for like half a second, thought that was another exotic. Just because of the lighting. How much? One more. One more and then we read. It's gonna get to a point soon where I'm gonna... Well, maybe not too soon, but eventually I'm gonna have to check how many fish I actually have on me. Alright. So next, we're going to read from a ship. Lore tab is the Gift of Cruelty. Yeah, I've been to the fourth tomb of Nezarec. Ain't enough glimmer on you. Ain't enough glimmer on... Wow. I'm not reading ahead and it's ruining the line read. Ain't enough glimmer on you for me to consider ever going back there. You're on your own. Drifter. That does not belong to you. A woman's voice cut through the air and traveled to Drifter's ear at the center of the room. The altar he'd been searching for stood before him, adorned with hallowed objects. Many were of Elixni origin, much like the tomb itself. An ornate container rested on a lavish cloth surrounded by unlit candles. Sounds he couldn't quite discern filled the silence of the room. "I hate to break it to you, sister," he said, "but you and your acolyte buddies will have to pass on this one." The candles lit spontaneously, and Drifter felt the hair on his neck stand. The fire's warmth danced far enough for him to spot a simple, robe-like garment that kept the woman's face hidden. It shifted as she stepped closer. Drifter unholstered the handgun at his side. She did the same. The low noise escalated to whispers, more prominent, almost excited. "My father searched for this place for a long time. I won't let you stand in my way," she said, words laced with ferocity. Drifter's grip tightened. If he'd been anyone else, her intimidation might have worked. "Well, I'm not letting you stand between me and a big payday," he responded. "Looks like we're at an impasse." The whispers danced in his psyche. Drifter took a shot. The sound disrupted everything in the room and blew the candles out. The muzzle flash revealed shadows with long claws reaching for him as he scooped up the container from the cloth. The woman fired back, but Drifter was already gone, sprinting through the depths of the tomb with the shadows at his heels. He ran until the smell of death gave way to fresh air and the shadows halted their pursuit. His fee was about to quadruple. So that's the story. It's been a while. I have at least heard that one told to me already. That's just how that goes. Oops, I actually didn't mean to do that. Just trying to readjust my camera angle just so things look different. Yeah, I was actually very confused for a second because I was like, wait, are we sure this is from Brood of Nightmares? And yeah, it definitely is. It's just finally getting around to that story. Because it's relevant and all. So, next is actually we're going to start in Spiral, and that's going to be fun. I don't have a really good idea of how long each of... That was super delayed. I thought I caught nothing for a second there. That does make me wonder who that woman was. Obviously some sort of acolyte of Nezarec, but... Feels very interesting that she referred to anyone as father in any context. I don't know why it was necessary to mention that. That almost got me! I'm gonna catch all you fish. You know, they know when I'm going for the bottle. They know when I'm trying to put stuff down. I watched you that time. That moment that you realize that worms don't actually work very well as baits is the moment you realize how much of a scam that is. Don't buy worms for bait. They don't care for them. They don't have a scent on them. At that point, if you're using a worm for bait, all you're doing is attracting them for the noise and hoping to get lucky. What you want is you want something to smell good. So get like chicken liver or something. It's always fun catfishing. I never liked putting the chicken liver on the hook though. It was always super gross. Finally, we can actually push the lore card. Alright. If you weren't here before, I'm not reading these again. I have read them already. And like I said before, they are their own stories. Not necessarily connected in any way that we know of. But We do still need to read them all. Brass gardeners. A specter of the black garden, rich with the sweetness of flowers and the stink of radiolaria, it leaves behind a delicate data lattice to Marcus passing. Garden state, neutral. Garden and gardeners equals root and branch equals left and flower. Intrinsic, inextricable, inescapable. Anomaly plus. Anomaly 1 equals. Leaf, invasive. Garden state, active, gardeners, attend. Case, irrecoverable. If, irretrievable injury, garden and gardeners, and threat persistence, then escalation. Anomaly status, present, tracked, new. No active referent. Simulation failed. Damage, 0.3332%. Recoverable. Damage. Recovery projection. Irresolvable. Repeat. Set. Irresolvable. Equals. I don't think it's necessary to put the equals, to say the equals or the double ends. Set. Irresolvable. Irrecoverable. Irretrievable. Anomaly. Anomaly 0. Infinite. Witness. Archive data retrieved. 0. Infinite. Witness. A seed was planted here. Recorded referent. Black heart. 0. Seed. 1. Danger. Simulation breaking. Visibility narrow. Fractals disintegrating. Anomaly 0. Absent. Anomaly 1. Danger remaining. Garden state. Acting. Gardeners in unison. Extirpate. Anomaly 1. There is a majestic thorn. The anomaly is gone. The garden is peaceful. It is known, seen, predicted, that a primary function of irrecoverable presences is to trample. Flowers growing, damage repairing, threat unresolved. Function called, escalation, iteration. Function, winnow, function, simplify, function, flatten. The first defense is offense. That was I didn't intend to do that at first, but I just kind of went for it. That was really fun reading it like that. But no, I'm pretty sure what's going on there is the witness coming into the Black Garden for the first time and actually planting whatever seed becomes the Black Heart, if I had to take a guess. Now, I've heard... I can't remember if he covered it in the video he already did, but... Bife said something about there's more Vex lore connecting to the Witness in the Final Shape Collector's Edition. Wait, hold on. I think he did cover that, yeah. His big Witness video that came out a couple weeks ago. No! I missed it! I should leave that purple one. Is there anyone even there? What event is this?
To those in the field, a catch is on its way. I'm not sure what it's up to, but I doubt it's good.
You know what? Hold up.
This is about to get interesting.
And very dangerous. Watch out.
Excuse me. Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be great. Whoever did this, I thank them. Oh, there's two more people here. I didn't even notice. Oh, this is gonna be so. He found the tractor cannon catalyst? Is he new? No, he didn't!
We brought that
No! It was all for nothing.
Yeah, then we blew it up.
I was happy for you. You're dead to me. Nope. Well, silver linings. They're back again. Alright. Need another fishing spot on the... Oh, I need to pick up... Wait, should I activate it and then go pick them up? Or does that matter? I should probably activate it and then go pick them up. It might break something. Well, technically what I'm doing now is breaking it. Either way. Come on, give me the notification. I've got fishing to do. I've got fish to catch. More to read. It's not over there. Oh, it's right back where it was. That's fine. Oh, wait, no. Oh, it's slightly... Wait. Oh, no, this is a different one. I need to... Oh, shoot. Alright. Okay, it's active, so now if I go pick those fit... Get off of me! Now let's see if that worked. It did. Perfect. Okay, you gotta activate the new bar before going to actually get your old fish. That's good to know. How much bait did I have? I didn't even get even close to the 10 I was doing, so I'll just keep going for the time being. Oh, I'm actually closer than I thought. Yeah, I'll get to 380 and then... Oh, I got more back. I knew I was at 370 a little while ago. Oh man, the armor lore tab reading really got to me. I could tell. It's just so much. One more. One more and then we read. More in Spiral. I might actually have to take a bathroom break. Yeah, I might actually need to stop and take a bathroom break after this. Like not after this, but when I'm done with In Spiral, because that'll be the last thing on for Root that I have to do. So I could just... This will be about the halfway point. Pretty happy about that. Dark Glass. A reverie of a loyal ghost, changed and quiet but always steadfast. It leaves behind a gently glowing data fragment to mark his passing. We were in the garden, and I was going to die, and then I didn't. I watched my guardian speak to himself and not himself. A being that wore his shape, spoke with his voice, and offered him salvation. Salvation in the form of forgetting. I didn't know darkness could do that. I don't think any of us really understood it. And where did that leave me? A loose end, that's what. Any reasoning being would have spotted that. Taking someone's memory does no good at all if they have someone right there to tell them all about it. I don't know if my guardian thought about that. The mirror of him definitely did. I tried to run. A grasp from out of the darkness caught me. I lost something there. Like I was taken apart and put back together with a part missing. Like I was really nothing more than a machine, like the Traveler's blessing and my own bright heart meant nothing at all more than copper and glass. And when I thought about anything again, anything that wasn't an infinite abyss with no stars, my guardian and I were outside the Black Garden. He had lost them, and I couldn't tell him, and nothing was the same. I don't speak anymore, and he doesn't know why. I cannot even speak to explain. I don't know where my voice is, or even if I want to speak at all. Maybe it took that, the memory of my voice. I still remember what happened. I wonder why that thing that pretended to be my guardian didn't just kill me or change me further, make of me something broken and unknowing. I don't know if it understood that I loved my guardian despite everything. Maybe it counted on that I would always bring him back even if I had nothing else in me but that. I think the voice, that wrong presence in the darkness, thought that forgetting his team would make him malleable. But it's the other way around, really. Without them, my guardian is impossible to shift aside, even for me. And that power in the garden, the one that turned them all on each other, I have my suspicions. I'm an honest ghost, but I've known a lot of con artists. The power and the offer, the curse and the salvation, were they all the same in the end? The same thing, the voice in the darkness? If nothing else, I know at least one thing. That grass which caught me isn't the same as I know at least that thing, that grasp which caught me, isn't the same as the darkness itself. Otherwise, I'd never be able to bear my guardian's touch. But I can settle in his hand, and sometimes we still understand each other. Like meaning moves from me to him without the need for words at all. We're different, but we're alive. It's enough. That's really touching. I thought for a moment that was our guardian, but they lost me really quick on that one. Especially when it's like I don't talk anymore. It's like, no, that's definitely not our ghost. That is interesting to see that the witness presented itself directly like it did to us in Shadowkeep to more than one person, though. That's terrifying, honestly. I looked away again! The water! I need it! Maybe I should play it safe and deposit the... Oh! Yes! It happened! It's happening! It's happening! I was just talking about dunking my fish at the helm after I leave here. We're golden, we're golden, we're golden. Is it 5? Is it 5 fish you need? Or did I lose count? What is this? What is happening? Why am I getting so lucky now? I never get this lucky fishing, and I'm also the only one here. What is happening? Well, this gave me some life back. I need to stop doing that. I need to just fish. I don't even know how many bait I have. I got really excited. This is what it was like back when Season of the Deep came out. They really need to say if this is going away or not. I'm sure it probably is, but I'll miss it. It's just another opportunity for free stuff for like very minimal effort. Just time consuming, as this stream is showcasing perfectly. I still don't know how far in I am. It's another purple. Let's go. Oh, missed that. Let's read again. Sure. Love being able to come straight here. Haven't been able to do this in a while. Array. A walking dream that appears by night, singing slyly like starlight. It leaves behind a crystallized data fragment to mark its passing. I am diminished. I know this. It behooves a queen to be honest with herself, even if such truths are hidden from advisors and subjects. Leaving the distributary was not a mistake. And in fact, it was the only possibility for the expanding wake of the collapse. For the expanding wake of the collapse must someday find that safe haven too, but there are days I regret it. Celestial bodies still spin, most of them. I touched the mind, the being, of that terrible distant force, but once. And that was more than sufficient. Even I, awoken and queen strength of my people, felt inextricably mortal in that moment. I have stared into hard vacuum with nothing but my will to keep the strength in my lungs, and never feared a moment. This? It disquiets me. I should not be afraid. I must not embrace fear. So I turn it over, again and again, picking through the pieces of that one fragmented impression for something more, to look at my own weakness, time and time again. To understand something is to drain the killing fear out of it. That which is known can be disassembled. I know I wrote that wrong, but it's basically the same saying. I'll stick with it. There was a version of me that was grateful. No. Yet the more I analyze, the more I ponder, the less I understand. A cacophony, an overwhelming weight of presence and thought, and intent. A person, but not a person. More than that. Imagine if that first place where we the Woken came to be had been nothing but screaming chaos. In the noise, in the oppressive weight, I learned pieces as delicate as spider webs, as scattered as stars. I lay them out along each other in my thoughts. Here is purpose, not a singular thesis, but the idea of purpose, vicious and brilliant, and driven as I ever was. Here is a shape. I see it as a sharpness, like a starless cutout against a distant galaxy made clear in the negative space. The thoughts of the hive, I might guess, but it is not quite the same. Purpose and sharpness are discrete from each other over here. Darkness and the sword. No, but darkness but the sword. Here is a stillness. I breathe and it shatters. But the idea of that perfect quiet ending remains, lingering into dreams. I think sometimes if I dream long enough, I will understand this witness better. The voice not of the darkness, yet in it. But I do not have the time to spend in dreaming. To understand this listless scavenger that claws through our world and cherishes the destruction it leaves as transcendent. Risky as all valuable things are. I know one other thing from the witness, garnered in those bare moments I touched it. Not a why or a how, nor home or treasures to point at weakness, only this. Beneath all else, that beating cradles rage enough to burn the stars themselves to cinders. Literally too angry to die. Purple one. I want it. Yeah, undoubtedly, that particular book is from the perspective of Marasov. Very easy to pick out on that one. There's another purple fish. I'm getting really lucky on this one for no particular reason. I'm happy. It's strange nonetheless. Bump the microphone there just a little bit. My water's empty now. I've got more at least, and I'm about to get up again, so it's no big deal. Get some more if I need it. I should get another water bottle, though. Just in case. Alright, come on. Lean so far back. I'm considering repositioning my camera to somewhere else. I'm not as happy. Maybe if I got a different chair first instead of moving the camera. I don't know. I know one thing for sure. I need the new chair more, so maybe I should just find out if that solves the problem. Because I don't really particularly like how far back I'm leaning. Like, I'm not leaning back that far, but the position of the camera makes it look like I'm just leaning so far back. Like, sitting upright like this makes me look a little bit more normal, but it puts a lot of strain on my neck. I just need a different chair. I almost looked up the time. I do not want to do that. You know, it's possible that I'm gonna accidentally look at a clock when I go to the bathroom anyway, so I will try to resist the urge, at the very least. I will certainly try. The cave! A delusion of a being... Oh, that's perfect timing. A delusion of a being long dead, an idea of living only to serve, only for one purpose. It leaves behind a sharp-edged data fragment to mark its passing. There is a conflict in me, O witness, that unsettles your weapon. Myself.
I'm not sure what it's
What is it
to,
that you allow
it's
flawed... Why is it that you allow flawed understandings of your great work to persist in all those who serve you, even in your disciples? Every one of us seems to have some different conception of your final shape. I do not need reassurance in my own comprehension, only to understand what purpose it serves that you have chosen such disparate servants to carry out your will. Is it a simple answer? Perhaps none who serve you have the capacity to grasp your vision. And so rather than waste more of your time and attention on explaining something that they will never hold, it is enough that they act as you will. The witch and her hive carving single-mindedness out of the cloth of the universe. That whispering nightmare seeking the fullest gamut of existence. The upender destroying all differentiation. Shadows on the wall. In this case, it would be hubris to think I have understood your work, that I alone among your disciples have grasped what purpose it is we serve. All of us must be darkly reflected. But there is relief in simplification. There is kindness in winnowing. So then, why is this proliferation permitted? The shadows, showing the truth by their casting. Perhaps it is enough to simply trust that we are weapons in your hand, O witness. Even if we cannot see the perfect shape of your plan, we serve it by your wielding of us. Each disciple has come to be only by your will, and so that incomprehension is also in your making. To ask for trust and obedience, and promise that whatever you do, whatever finality you achieve, will suit each of your followers perfectly. Your final shape will be 100 promises kept. I have seen reflections of it through all of we disciples, through the tracks you leave in the universe. A truth understood through the shadows it casts. There, I have resolved the conflict within my thoughts, and I am at peace again. Once more I am only your violence, and nothing more. The final shape will realize us as we strive. Yeah, that's like one of the only truly unknown characters in that whole lore book that oh my god, it's right behind me. Gimme. If I wanted to save time, I'd just kill it, but I'm not about that life. It might end up happening anyway. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Oh, he might kill it. I really hope he doesn't kill it. Did it? I didn't get it in. Come on! Work with me here. I'm not picking him up. He's gonna kill it. 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 He killed it. I can hear it. I can hear it exploding behind me. No! It's because I missed that deposit.
Impressive.
Damn it all. I hate you. Yeah, get out of here. Wait, what? Oh, for a second I thought that was... I thought the animation on his sparrow was broken. Alright. Just waiting here for a fishing spot. It's gonna feel awful walking out of here and looking at a clock. But yeah, there's some interesting lore in the collector's edition that might actually give a actual good explanation to why the witness is so self-contradictory. And I think that'll be really fun to get into later. Oh no! Excuse me. I must have gotten more bait from somewhere, because I thought I was at one. Or I thought I was at an even number. There we go. Purple! Yeah, another thing I need is just a different headset. I'm not made of money, man. But I need things. I need new things. Especially this headset. The coating on the padding on the earpieces is just gone. It's just gathering up my nasty sweat. I need to get rid of it. I can't remember if I ever said it on stream, but only the right ear works. So I can only hear things out of the right ear right now. Oh, I hear somebody behind me. Hello! Oh wait, can he not do that? Oh, I bet he can't do that. Alright, how many do I have? Okay. We'll just call that another break for reading. Alright, we're nearly done. Meaning. I'm gonna have to blow my nose while I'm gone. A dream of a metaphor made starkly, an allegory discussed in study of ontology, in darkness, not unkind. It leaves behind a warped, barely real data fragment to Marcus passing. There is a voice that echoes across the darkness and it asks this question: what is the purpose of it all? And there's another voice that calls back and says, listen, I will tell you a purpose. I will tell you of a final shape. Look, there are 100 gildings for this story. It comes down to one key matter. Beings in suffering crave purpose to carry them through. The tyrant consumed by ennui, or the disenfranchised struggling simply to survive. It is the state of mind. the pain which cries out, "Give me a reason I should suffer so." Why are we here, boss, just to suffer? Let us speak of power and choices. A man comes to a crossroads and asks of the sky, "Which road shall I take?" There is no answer from the sky, or the wind, nor the earth beneath his feet. But another wanderer on the road, coming from behind and hearing the question, says, "I know the way. You should take the Dexter road." If the man agrees, he puts himself in the wanderer's power, ceding his own choices for the implicit promise that this is the correct road, the safe road. And if he disagrees, let us say that the wanderer draws a knife. The man may therefore be made to take the Dexter road, but now if the knife goes away, the man will certainly flee, and perhaps even if the knife remains, the man may tire of being threatened and decide the risk is worth fleeing. In this way, the wanderer erodes their own power. If the wanderer says, "The wind has said that you should take the road of my choosing," will the man accept the choice made for him? And if the wanderer says, "Behold, I have seen that the meaning of suffering lies along the Dexter road," will the man give away his own power for longer? Is it not easier to accept the guidance of a stranger when the path ahead is unknown? You lack the qualifications to exhibit free will. I did not... Wow, how did one lore book spawn two entirely different Metal Gear references? How unexpected. Not unwelcome, but unexpected. Oh, I'm getting jumpy now. Really gotta go to the bathroom after this. Come on, give me some fishies. Is this where the other one was, or is there one further up? No, it's still this place. It's still this furthest one. I need to make sure I've got all the fish before I leave out of here. Before I leave out of here. Yeah, that's how English works. Nope. Damn it. Alright. There's a fish. Oh, no! It's gonna land on the dock. Oh! Ah. Ah. Oh, that's silly. I'm repositioning. That's ridiculous. I was about to say, what is this, OG Minecraft? Or at the very least, whenever they added fishing? I forget, did Minecraft have fishing at the start, or did that get added a little bit later? I know it definitely got updated at some point, but I know when it first came out, it was basically... It was super simple. It's much like this, much like it is right now. It just takes forever. I don't even remember if fishing rods were upgradable yet. Man, that April Fool's thing they did was really funny. It looks super cool. I wish they would just keep stuff like that in the game. I see no real reason why they couldn't have. Just make it its own separate thing. Okay, how about one more, since there's some bait sitting there. Any more? No, I think it's just that one. Oh, That felt like a nice catch, not a perfect one. That didn't feel good, but I'll take it. Okay, let me check over here for fishing like one more time real quick. It was here. Yeah, we're all good. No more fish! Fish didn't even spawn in that one spot. And finally, we check off the final Inspiral book. Winnowing. A dream of a friendly conversation with someone impossible to see cloaked in shadows. It leaves behind an impossible data fragment to mark its passing. Here is what a flower knows. The fact that a flower may know anything is a conceit that will have to be accepted as a metaphor, but to constantly qualify into perfect... I'm getting lost in the... I'm getting lost in the sauce. But to constantly qualify into perfect precision wears thin, does it not? So, here is what a collection of chloroplasts and pigment can know. The direction of the sun, the presence of the rain, the tangle of the roots, the distress of another planet, the hands of the gardener, whether they prune or transplant or crush. A flower cannot know much else, but the reality of the garden is vast and wild.
All forces in the field. A catch has been reported en route to an ether drop.
A flower knows not the fence, a flower knows not the footpath, and yet there is an infinite cosmic garden, which is not any less real simply because the flower cannot simply comprehend it. Let us try this again. Stop me if you've heard this one. A gardener and a widower sit down to play a game outside of time and creation. Yes? Yes, then we're agreed. The metaphor stands, let us iterate. A garden and a widower set out their chairs and play a game of flowers. Oh, we're hearing the flower game explanation again. So how is this different? How does this become different? Or is it the same? Let's find out. A gardener and a winnower set out their chairs and play a game of flowers. The flowers know only that they grow or wither, struggle, or flourish. Sometimes they are touched by one hand or the other, and the influence is the closest they will know of the divine. A flower and a flower spread their a flower and a flower spread their leaves to the sun above. Remember that the sun is also a metaphor, a thing said beautifully, winnowed down to poetry, but the truth is too vast to put in words at all. They jostle for space, each competing to be the pinnacle of their shape. One flourishes, one withers. Is it the fault of the flower, or the fault of its position? A gardener and a winnower sit down to play a game called Possibility. This is a game about a garden, which is to say that it is also a game about flowers, just as a game about a living being must also be a game about organs and bacteria. A gardener and a winnower collaborate to create a protein. Whose hand is it in the Whose hand is it in the design that shortens one life to extend the rest? It is the winnower that discovers the first knife, but it is not done without the gardener. This too is a tradition. A knife does not come to exist without something that must be cut. A woody stem, a colored petal, a vital vessel. The first victims of the blade. All of these are true. Okay, so this might be an extension of that original flower game explanation that we heard before. All of these are true, all of these are false, for metaphor simplifies as the knife does. It pairs incalculable concepts into shapes your wrinkly little brains can comprehend. The weight of billions and the simple curve of a planet give you pause, and how, then, are you to be expected to grasp the forces that created your nth removed creator? So the stories woven with utmost delicacy in and around the falsehoods are, after it all, true. There was never any option for the knife to not exist in the garden. It was only ever a matter of time and opportunity. And as for the shape of the knife itself, no, that is enough. I will tell you of gardens. They are domesticated things, made in a form. As soon as something is called a garden, it is shaped. The plants require the hand of a gardener, for they have become weak and dependent on tender care. They require the hand of a winnower to cut away the dross, for they are too incapable to do it themselves. In absence of a hand, either the flowers themselves must rise up to wield the knife, or the garden will resolve to meaningless wilderness. You will say, but there are plants that can walk. There are seeds that can be scorched by fire to no growth. Existence is more complex than a single dichotomy between growth and withering, and there is more in heaven and on earth than is dreamt of in this philosophy. And I will tell you clearly, there can be no gardens without knives. So yeah, this is definitely... This is a further extension on the original Flower Game lore tab that we got before, and explains what the significance of the first knife is. I like that. It's basically saying... I don't want to read too far into it because I might just be wrong entirely, but it just sounds like from their point of view, it is quite simply saying, I don't know. I'm not gonna go too far into it unless I feel like I truly get it, because what I'm thinking of doesn't make as much sense as I think it does, so I'll just put a pin in that. Okay, so what do we got? You know what? I could actually hold the fish that I've got. I don't need to go to the helm. I'm perfectly fine where I am. Alright, so we finished a lot. We finished so much. I will return in a little bit. I need a break. How do I... Oh boy, I think I've forgotten how to do it. Wait, no, here it is. Alright, I think we're back. Is the camera working? Oh, yeah, it is. Weird. Alright. It's gonna pop up in the preview? There we go. Oh, okay. So, let's return to Nessus. Oh, there's an event about to start. Of course. So, I'm actually gonna read off a list. Since we are now at the actual Seas of the Deep stuff, for real now, after 3 hours, I couldn't avoid looking at the clock, by the way, it's almost 1. My guesstimation was not too far off, but probably not accurate enough. It's probably going to be like 3 or 4 when I get done. That's not good. So I want to read off like a very small list of things that I know for sure I read in like the first episode. So, I read the seasonal artifact from Seas of the Deep, which was the NPA repulsion thing. I forget the full name off the top of my head, but this is what I wrote down. I read 4 of the seasonal weapons, which were Targeted Redaction, Until Return, Rapacious Appetite, and A Distant Pull.
To all who can hear me, alert.
I read the lore tab for Epical Integration, which was the hand cannon you get for that Veil quest. I read Centrifuge, because that's the exotic weapon from the pass from that season. And I also read I did also read the first part of Purpose, which was that season's lore book. But I'm going to read, that's the only one on this list I'm going to read again, because that is a part of a more
operations? What a paradox.
Cohesive narrative, so I'd like to keep that together. So that one will be read again. Nothing else on that list will be read again. And if they're going to do that public event, I'm going to sit here and read a tab. So let's start with a salvage weapon. How about different times? Where is the pulse rifle? There we go. Out of paranoia, I'm going to check the sound real quick. Okay, that's good. That's all I need to hear. We golden. The past lasts forever. At the base of the mesa, Lord Shax stands triumphant. Blood seeps into the grass at his feet as the warlord before him, legs shattered, makes a feeble attempt to drag himself away. It's over, Shax decrees. Bring out your ghost. The warlord shakes his head, hands trembling even as he claws at the hand-packed earth. In the distance atop the mesa, the setting sun catches the parapets of Shax's castle, untouched by the violence in its shadow. Behind its walls, tendrils of smoke gently waft into the sky as the ghostless, under Shax's protection, begin preparing the fires for their meals. 6 warlords arrive to conquer his stronghold. 5 met their final death. Your ghost, Shax repeats. He steps forward and crushes the warlord's hand with his boot. The warlord cries out in pain, and all at once, the defiance leaves him like the breath in his lungs. His ghost materializes, their eye fixated on Shax in fear. Lord Shax shapes his solar light into a burning hammer, and in a single swing, a clank of molten metal shakes him back to the past. A clang of molten metal, okay. On the screen in front of him, a guardian tosses her hammer of soul into the opposing team. Fire erupts in flames as the lone survivor retreats. The guardian pursues. Shax, without missing a beat, refocuses his attention on the Crucible match. Look at them fall, he shouts over the comms. A moment later, the Sunbreaker catches up to the last opponent and incinerates them. Shax cheers her on as the smoke swallows his memories of a different time. Man, He probably did not like killing ghosts. There ain't no way he enjoyed that. They still, well, looks like it's over. Let's get over there. This is so silly, I can't believe this is in the game. What a different game this is now. Yeah, fishing spot is definitely active. Alright. Back on this is for fish. Back to the top. I like halfway started to put my controller down. You get bait back so fast. I have more bait. Like, how do I say this properly? I can't hold more fish past a certain point. So you can't feasibly use all of your bait that you have in one sitting because you're gonna get more as you go. You have to stop at a certain point. Hopefully I won't have to. I only had... what did I have? 199? When I left Earth? So, ideally, if I just get another 200, then I don't have to do anything. I don't have to make another stop. That was a perfectly timed bathroom break. We're having to get back go. You know, you ever just start talking and then the words that come out just don't make sense? That's like my life. This is no talkie time. Just cut the fish. Come to my fishing line. Nothing I could have done would have saved that sentence. Every version of that was bad. I can't believe it took 3 hours to get to actual deep lore. It really goes to show just how much lore there comes out in a single season. You never really think about it, but when you lay it all out in front of you at once, you realize just how much writing there is. Like, I don't know exactly how long I've been reading lore, like, in comparison to how long I've been fishing, but I've been sitting here reading for 3 hours, and I'm halfway done with what I told myself I was going to read. It's really impressive. That being said, a lot of this should go by a lot faster. Oh, I'm gonna read after this one. I'm gonna read the other weapon that I'm missing. Or the weapon that I didn't get the other weapon that I didn't get in the first stream of Season of the Deep. Perfect. Alright, we are going to read The Sword. Thin Precipice. Sharpened from tip to hilt, drawing from all who partake in the ritual of war. Kelgarath kneels before a feeble altar in an empty court, a dead knight's realm, a shriveled, fleshless rind. Fleshless rind. A cautionary tale. A wizard floats over the altar. The High Celebrant's domain was once a grand place of adoration. It holds a mighty tribute. The wizard, Rakthrin, war council, whispers Sivaras bait to the night. Kelgarath remembers how Savathun sought the sky and became his puppet, also she could usurp sword logic. Favor wanes, it can be rekindled. You were disarmed, shamed, beaten so many times by a white wielder. Kelgarath stands, spinning to face Rekthrin. He thrusts a claw forward at the wizard's throat, but she swoops back from his reach. Kelgarath sneers, I need no blade. I am wielded. The plates upon my body are razors. Should you have remained with Savathun and prayed to her to give you the light, perhaps you would have found greatness then. You wither without her favor. I spit on the witch sister. I am an instrument of war. Not yet. Not truly. Rakthorn conjures a dark bolt of lightning that saps the room's dim lighting and casts it into the altar. The altar splits apart with a timbering snap, revealing an emerald sliver of a blade, bleeding shade and whispering rapture. A shard of the Taken King's blade, conquered out of love, stolen away from Saturn's shadow. Kelgarath fixates upon the blade shard. The wizard gestures to it with a lipless smile, and the knight steps forward. Why do I keep doing that? I keep wanting to say forward as froward, and I don't know why. I'm just reading everything so fast, things are flowing off the tongue wrong. I will take it, to be an instrument of her will, to cleanse the hate of weakness with loving violence. Kelgarath genuflects and encloses his claws around the emerald sliver, wisps of shadow spilling between the gaps in his claws. I offer myself to this union. The barrier of his flesh melts away. A will not his own enraptures him. Kelgarath, risen from bones, taken by war. Kelgarath, you're not cool. You just let your soul die. You're such a loser. Like, his story's interesting. It's just, he's always presented in a matter where he's going to fail, unless he's put in if he's not put in scenarios that involve us. If they put him in scenarios that don't involve us, maybe he'd accomplish something. I know that's a really meta way of saying it, but it's just kind of how it is. That's what the Guardian does. Kick names and take ass. That's really... I actually was trying to say that correctly and still said it wrong. God, Mantis and Drax are great. May they never change. How much bait did I have? Yes. Oh no, I didn't look again. I'm too used to this. I'm too used to this gameplay loop. Hey Rogue, what are you doing? Well, don't just look at me like that. Jump up here. I knew it. Okay, a few more. You can sit up here, you know. You can even sit down. You can even sit on my leg if you want to. There's plenty of room for you. Come on. No, I missed the fish. Well, I missed a perfect catch is what I did. Is there really no one else here? Did they all leave? I know there were people here earlier. I focus slipped again. Alright. What is next? We got okay, I don't know. I actually am not familiar with what this particular one entails. But I put this on the list next. It's possible it is also possible that I did read this and forgot. Let's see. We end at the beginning. Rosy light bathed the cockpit of a hawk, moving at cruising speed high above the earth. Up ahead, the traveler hangs motionless against the blackness of space, a triangular gateway of iridescent light bleeding from his shell. Oh, I know which one this is. I know this story, and I remember referencing it on camera to JD, but I don't know if I read it myself. I'll continue. It was one thing volunteering for this mission, but sitting now on the precipice of the unknown, the Titan Joxer holds doubt close to his chest. This isn't any different from the Ahamkara hunts, his ghost reassures. Reckless, hasty, and dangerous. Joxer glances over at his ghost and smiles, already feeling better. 2 Cabal escorts on either side of Joxer's hawk stall their engines, letting the hawk proceed forward toward the traveler. They say something over the comms in Uaranth. The translation roughly means beyond the known is the terror of the universe, his ghost offers. Joxer's not sure if it's a warning, a curse, or a pep talk. Knowing the Cabal, it's all 3. Easing the flight stick forward, Joxer moves the hawk ahead at a steady pace. His ghost's eye widens as the rosy light from the portal brightens, and the kaleidoscopic surface is all that can be seen in any direction. Joxer's grip on the controls tightens as he feels a bone-deep sense of vertigo. Echoes of piano notes tinkling in his periphery. He can feel hands on his chest beneath his armor, breath against his cheek inside his helmet. Eric, come back to bed. A voice whispers inside his mind. He sees a city, a home, family and children. He can't sleep. They aren't alone in the universe. The Ares Project is going to... His ghost is screaming, shell coming apart at the seams. Joxer pulls himself back to reality and jerks the controls as the nose of the hawk touches the portal. He hears laughter, screams, feels lips on his cheek, hands on his shoulders as the ship begins to pass through. His ghost scream stretches from the moment of the Big Bang to the heat death of the universe. Joxer hears a scream he will make as his ship begins and ends. Come back to bed. He catches up to the scream. Jesus Christ. So, in case you didn't catch that, that was the Titan who tried to go through the portal at the beginning of the Seas of the Deep. And, that is also a named character that has been in lore tabs before. I forget, like, precisely how many. I know of one where he was a... Whoa! I'm in the Vex! Oh no!
Alert. Incoming Cabal construct. 85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
Well, anyway. Is there any... Do I help him? It's gonna take 3 minutes, otherwise I may as well. But yeah, Joxer is the name of a Titan that has been in lore tabs before, and that is essentially just them writing him out, I suppose. He was, old Joxer was one of the, I guess the correct, it's not an incorrect term, but he was technically a beta tester for Gambit Prime. Remember that game type? That we're never gonna get back? Oh no. Oh, I got it. Sick. Open wide. Okay, it's on this side, it's on this side. I'm never gonna get out. Yep, I can see it. It's that one. Thank you. What is your name? Disco Duck Fever?
We've smashed all the vents.
Leave!
We'll have a hard time
No!
escaping.
You gonna pick me up again? Oh, you're so nice. Woo! That was exciting. Yeah, definitely. Definitely about the same amount of time passed, but at least that was more exciting.
Vibrations of the substrate are consistent with an explosively destructive event. Can you confirm?
Explosive destruction sounds pretty accurate to me.
Alright.
Appreciation incoming, Captain.
And now, we wait. Once again. At least some of these tabs are going by pretty quick now. I'm about to flip the page. It's taken so long to get to this point, and like I said, it's technically halfway already. I see it. Wow, I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu. That looked cool. That looked really cool, actually. Alright, time for fish. Should have checked how much bait I have. Where am I gonna cut off now on this one? I haven't spent nearly as much time on this planet as I would have liked to have. Maybe I should stay here, like, a little bit longer. Or maybe until... You know what? I caught 2 exotics on Earth. I don't think I need to go back to Earth. But I don't want to go back to the... I don't want to go back to the throne world either. But I don't want to... I don't know. I'll try to figure out a cutoff point. If I happen to catch an exotic soon, I'll do what I was doing before and just go to all the others again, but we'll see. Right now, I'm of the opinion that I don't really want to go to Earth. Well, no, I don't want to go... I want to go to the throne world way less. Because at least... on Nessus and Earth, you can actually I've sometimes been at this palm world, you're lucky if you get 15 minutes. Which in a lot of cases meter up. So for now, just gonna see what we can do with what we've got here. Nice. I said it so long ago, but I'll say it again. That ever so slight camera zoom is like the most perfect thing about this whole minigame. Of all things, I love it. I love these ambient sound effects. I never get to listen to them. Really nice. They did a really good job with the like animal noises, like babbling brook sound effects. This is very calming. Say one more. Come on. There we go. Alright. Let's continue reading. We're gonna read another ship, actually. Which one? Wait. Is that a ship? Or is that a sparrow? Oh, it's a sparrow. I mislabeled that one. Okay. I think this was the reward on the sonar station. The moon and mirrors have much in common. Eris Moore knows what she looks like. Her mirror holds nothing her memory cannot furnish for her. All that lives beneath the silvered surface of the glass is the uncanny. Still, she pulls away the cloth covering it and removes her bandage. Eris looks into her eyes and sees all the ghostly occupations of a haunted house. Her nightmares peer out through the green gleam into a world that will not meet her gaze. She reaches up and touches her face. Darkness coils around her fingertips and seeps back into her bare skin. Her hairline, her brow, the scars, the unctuous tears tears. I think that's probably tears that slide eternally down her cheeks. Yep, that's tears. English is stupid. But they are not tears. She does not weep for her condition. That condition had saved her life. It had granted her strength, access, and time. She'd torn it all from the hive and turned it against them. Eris did not see pain. She sees triumph and survival. She sees a future. She sees power. Eris retreats from the mirror and covers it again. Okay, that's a very short lore tab, but it's good. And also, because that's one of the later things you can get in Deep, that's a really good setup for which comes right after this. And I don't need to explain why that is significant. It's time to flip... Wait, hold on. It is time to flip the notebook to the other side. Alright, so now... Okay, some of this I'm going to do slightly out of order on here, but we'll get to that later. Alright, so... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Picked up a bait. No public events. It's all good. Oh, am I about to have some friends, or are they just sitting there? Trying not to let that happen. This portable battery charger is the best, man. Man, I remember getting this for Christmas 4 months ago. How has it been 4 months already? What is time? What is time, really? Excuse me. That burp made me miss the perfect catch. There we go. No purples, man. Wait, did they teleport out and leave their sparrows? I don't see them anymore, but I see his sparrow. That's funny. I'm starting to think that most normal people are going to sleep right now. Or are already asleep. That might be why I'm not running into as many people now. I definitely should have done this earlier, but I'm gonna feel so much better when this is done, because then I will never have to worry about doing it again. I'm glad I did that as an experiment during Deep, even if it wasn't unintentional at first. But still, man, I will never do that again. I need to just read as I go. Did the fish that was in the water actually grab the hook right in front of it, or was that a coincidence? I'm gonna try watching for that again. Well, there's one over there. Okay, that might have actually just been a coincidence. It might have just happened to run into where the bobber is. There we go. One more cast. It's gonna be interesting seeing how many fish I have in relation to how many bait I still have on me. Wait. Oh, there is one about to start soon. Okay. Oh wait, I don't need to be here. What am I doing? Okay, let's see. Let's do Shakan's show. This is another one that I think I may have read on camera, but I don't remember it. But I know the story. I think I know the story on it at the very least. Shakyun's scuba shell, for ghosts who are acclimated to the pressures of the job and the depths. Oh yeah, this is a long one. Asa settled from a long journey within an undersea cavern, pocketed by air. Shao Kahn surveyed the mix of ancient rig foundations and natural stone. It seemed quiet enough, and Sloane needed rest. No hive barnacles breathed. Ugh, I'm butchering this one bad for some reason. No hive barnacles grew there. Asa had swam far from the largest concentrations of hive and taken and hid away in a cove tucked beneath Golden Age wreckage. Asa filled the yawning space. She slipped through gaps and wrapped herself around plunging stalactites, her serpent worm segmentations gripping the stone, her face half submerged in slick methane fluid. Shao Kahn floated down from Asa's back and turned to see Sloane slide and crumple to the cave floor as trails of steam seeped from the cracks to the ground beneath her. Sloane closed her eyes. "It's cold here, but the steam is warm," she said weakly. The worm coiled a section of her body around Sloane, trapping in the heat around her. Shao Kahn watched every exchange between the two and drifted out of Sloane's earshot to the worm's gargantuan face. Asa's attention snapped to the blades now protruding from the ghost's shell. The ghost got good and close. "I don't know why you helped us. You seem nice. I hope you stay that way. If you're using her, if you turn coat," Shao Kahn sliced the air, "I'll gut you." Asa's massive eye dialed in on Shao Kahn's iris. The two stared unblinkingly until the worm's eyelid gently closed. She emitted a tone of contrite harmonic equilibrium. I am not your enemy. The ghost scanned the worm's face, and upon seeing its benign softness, retired to the coiled shelter Asa had woven them. Sloane sat in meditation within, radiating a sense of peace that Shao Kahn hadn't felt from her in months. The ghost let herself pretend for a moment that even she had felt almost safe. It was morning before Sloane woke. Asa met Sloane's eyes through her visor. The tilt of her enormous head signaled a sign of greeting or eagerness. Sloane removed her helmet. Need something? Ayat. Ayat. Asa. Ayat. Ayat. Sloane stumbled backwards into the cavern wall. Shao Kahn perked up into the air. Boss? Sloane inhaled sharply and dropped to a knee as her ghost swooped in front of her and turned to the creature. Before she could speak, Sloane's hand was on her shell, patting her. It's fine. It's Asa.
Attention! A fallen mining expedition is on its way. May I suggest discouraging them?
What's an Asa? Shao Kahn questioned. Some kind of proto-worm. Like, Hive? Shao Kahn deployed her blades. No, the Hive were something before they were Hive, right? The worm gods were too. Asa is her name, I think. The ghost turned to Sloane, then to Asa. What does she want? To not be alone, Sloane responded. To be known? Shao Kahn retreated closer to Sloane and sheathed her blades. Right then, we like big, powerful allies. Let's hear what they have to say. A joyful shiver trundled from Asa's head down through her coiled form, rippling the methane pooled around her, sending tremors through the stone, causing crumbled dust to rain from overhead. Asa turned and focused on the pair. Her massive eyes spanned well beyond Sloane's entire body. The worm's sympathetic iris flexed and shimmied in hypnotic fluctuations, drawing Sloane into a dissociative state. Ayat. Ayat. Asa. Ayat. Ayat. Sloane tumbled through timeless alien remembrances. She was shown them, spoke of them as if they are her own. Origins and sorrows she now shared. Witness offers powerful curse, a lust masquerading as love. Sloane exhaled hard, but Asa maintained her gaze and Sloane was swept back into the current. A blade with ambition. I don't understand. Flashes of fratricidal frenzy ensue, a slither mass carnage. Those once ever bonded now drive fang and flesh. Those once ever bonded now drive fang and lash of tail, proclaim deep magics once thought too cruel to utter, all in pursuit of a sacred gifted logic. Vortexes that drink empty fathoms of encrimsoned fundament sea chum above the fray. Asa cannot escape the writhe without unraveling from her captors with violence. She stains her fangs with the flesh of siblings turned rivals. Blood betrays blood to prove strength. Survival is pain. Asa flees, familial aftertaste fresh in her mouth. She would never know love again. This gift sours theirs, makes it vicious and hungry. Rejected logic, hunted as traitor, lost like you. Asa dives into an ascendant realm, an ascendant dream. Cosmic language bathes her as she ventures, radio songs and magnetic roars that bellow across space. She slips between worlds across great distances, breaches back into space to glide along the curvature of galaxies, chasing a distant point of light, a solar opposite to that which takes love. Sloane gasped for air. She came here for a chance to live. Asa crashes through Titan's thick skin and into his methane sea. The expansion of humanity across Sol unfolds as she mourns. Within a golden age, a bond is found.
Not to worry.
The collapse found them. Within a golden age, a bond is found. The collapse found them. A bond is lost. She wages a battle of grief, fights against nightmares of despair. The disciple of fear struck Asa. Shao Kahn peeked at the title. Lost, retreating, love wanes. The ebb and flow of hope. Bonded, we live. Alright, I actually must have gotten the order on the story wrong on this because I know, excuse me. Excuse me again. Because I know that the story on this is supposed to come either after or during the lore tab on the seasonal armor, which is, I think, next on the list. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. But anyway. Back to fishing. Yeah, I had a feeling I died. Can I pick these? Oh, yes, I can pick them up. Hey, finally, another triumph done. I was wondering when one of those was going to pop again. Drink. Stream delay is getting a little long. Oh, hey, you don't actually need to go to the next ring to pick up the fish and it count toward the bar. Okay. Thought I saw a contradiction to that a couple of weeks ago. I guess I might have been wrong. Which is a good thing in this case. Makes things go a little bit faster. I feel like I remember that the Weir Walker set taking a while to get through, too. So, we'll see how that goes. Ooh, get warm again. Hey! Do you mind? That must be the high value target. Yeah, the rings are active. That's one of the high value targets. Oh, quit. You're scaring the fish away. You're making it hard for me to focus. Damn you, Vex. It keeps going to the same spot, which is the funniest part. It keeps bouncing off of my foot and into that little crevice in the wood. Like that. I can't do quite what I wanted to with the camera there, but I think you see it. The one next to that little thing sticking out. Yeah, right there. It goes there every single time. Keep doing that. That's really cool. Alright. Let's keep it going. Kinda hate that there's nobody here to help me fish. It's the only planet I haven't caught an exotic on today. But then again, I had zero focus, so I had zero focus on, I think, every single one except the second exotic on Earth that I got. So that might just mean nothing. Darkest Balm is near. You think he likes to fish? He likes dying, apparently. Alright. Let's start reading the Weir Walker set. Seasons. Oh, there it is. Now, remind you, these stories are all the same across every piece on every set of armor, so we only have to read one of these. Or one set, anyway. Day 0. Black skies quell storms as if they're fleeing omens. Titan's pyramid dragged hurricanes across the sky like chained gods. Deputy Commander Sloan had seen faint lightning flash from deep beneath the Arcology Dome. Time prior strikes and their thunder to judge the storm's movement. Wait, am I stupid? I feel like I just had a stroke trying to read that sentence. Deputy Commander Sloan had seen faint lightning flash from deep beneath the Arcology Dome. Time prior strikes and their thunder to judge the storm's movement. Okay, that's why that sounded wrong. But as she walked outside to a flash, this time there was no thunder. It had taken Sloan most of the morning after the Guardian had left to reach the surface. Waves were overtaking the rig platform, sloshing methane across the battle-marred power suit woven into Sloan's body. Hell. She straightened her spine within the suit and stared at the pyramid through her HUD, watching it displace existence around it as if it clawed... Watching it displace existence around it as it clawed a distorted path through the sky. Shao Kahn zoomed toward her through a blur of flickering neon. Moving away from us. Shouldn't be moving at all, Sloan turned to her ghost. Let's get that perimeter set. The hive will come again tonight. Before she could move, the pyramid began shedding scales from its hull. They hovered for a moment over where they detached and peeled away, revealing opalescent flesh. Suddenly, the pyramid emitted a wave that struck Titan, and a half-remembered tone resonated through Sloan's mind. With it, a lifetime. Every experienced moment in a slurry of vivid flashes condensed into simultaneous chaotic anarchy, grasping at grief, joy, anger, love. Seen from where she stood, past experiences gained new perspectives. Memories best left dusted with rosy haze shrank under harsh light. Warmth, too, fleeting, cold, still, ever frigid in its isolation. And something else, sifting through it all, drawing it to order, as if rearranging fractured collegic panes into a new image. She struggled to breathe, and her suit flexed against the weight of her years, splayed out across time in violating fashion. Then just as suddenly, they were gone, faded into dreams. The sky turned black and orange like a fire screen, and thunder resonated. Sloane's body pitched forward over the platform, sinking through air, then sea. Heavy metal was swallowed whole, consciousness faded into the black. Her experience tumbled through sharded eras of reality like an astral projection, even if she felt her feet still firmly planted in the present. A cascade of timeless scenes whirled by, like panes of light captured in glass, in an indefinite stream of consciousness. Scenes of Titan, of a vibrant seascape installation, too familiar not to be memories. Not hers, but no less real. Their point of focus left Titan, dragged backwards across the lonely expanse of space to a world she'd never seen. Its seas full of vivacious promise, its moons conceal a watcher in the sky. Its waves breed insidious appetite in the deep. There is a temptation there she craves but does not understand, unnatural and cursed. She fell again, guided, through a song, a memory, an image of a dream bent into perception like a focusing lens. Unreality coated in familiar skin, an attempt at understanding. The tower, friends and comrades, shine and grime all. A heralded return, a shadow drawn overhead, a battle delayed, returning. The tower, a time yet lived. Black shadows that would fill an empty void in the sky, extending impaling blades down into the streets, pinning life in paralytic mockeries of contentment. A display that strangles agency. A serpent winds a path beneath the shadow and offers to guide. She remembered this happening, and that it had not yet happened. True I get it, but at the same time, the true implications of this particular set story still escapes me a little bit. The ghost of Titan walks on through sunless seas, having died long ago. Repulsion lattice integrity nominal. Oxygen sieve. I think that's pronounced sieve. Nominal. Depth. 106 meters. The lettering on Sloane's HUD clarified into vision. She dragged a hand through methane fluid to her faceplate, absentmindedly trying to rub the grogginess from her eyes. Motion in the dark surrounding her kicked up clouds of fine grit. Her headlights flared as her fingertips clinked against her helmet. A thrall came screaming into the beam of light, bubbles spewing from its jaw. Sloane's eyes went wide before she reflexively flipped the thrall over her shoulder and kicked its jaw through its skull. Her power suit spooled and pushed stimulants reactively. She pivoted and caught the sword of a knight mid-swing, snapping the weapon in two between the fingers of her gauntlet and driving a shard of broken blade into his chest. Another thrall crossed her headlights just before a silver streak whistled through his throat. Sloane eyed a selection in her visor, which highlighted over 30 dead hive, slowly deteriorating in boils of tiny rumbling ignitions that sent nerve spasms through their husks. Her visor cleared the readings and snapped onto a friendly. Shao Kahn drifted forward,
Alert.
hive viscera gently
Incoming
wafting into
Cabal
the sea
construct.
from the slender razors protruding from her cell.
Probability of intelligence
You were out
related
for
objective.
days. Sloane's face wrinkled in confusion. I remember the pyramid wave. Falling. Dreams. Are you okay? Hive found us, like you said, Shao Kahn said, retracting her blades. Sloane grabbed the ghost and hugged her to her powerful suit chassis for a moment. Little killer, really gave him the business. Shao Kahn chirped. Pyramid wave swept over Titan, bounced around a bit and centralized where the pyramid stopped. Gravity went crazy, then the ocean. I think we're a few miles from where we were when this all started. The pyramid stopped, and that's where we're headed. After we grab some gear, Sloane said. Shao Kahn dipped forward. One more thing? Something's out there circling us. Not Hive. Can't quite pin it down, but it's big. Yeah? Sloane said, thinking of what went through her mind before she lost consciousness. Then let's not waste any time getting out of here. Sloane lifted herself from the ocean onto a half-submerged arcology platform where she'd stowed a variety of rations and munitions since Titan's skies went dark. Her powered suit clattered against the steel mesh floor. She waited for the echoes to die down before taking a moment to exhale in silence. In that quiet moment, she made out a faint voice. Shao Kahn rose into view. Do you hear that? Was about to ask you, Sloane said, standing. She snatched first in, last out from a stow locker, racked the foregrip, then followed the voice from a barnacle-crusted causeway to an old research lab with Shao Kahn in tow. Fluid trickled down cracked walls surrounding rows of dead monitors. Glass reflected prismatic color from a gnarled Terran reality at the lab's center, as if it had been carved from another epoch and affixed to this one. A human that didn't seem to notice them paced within the terror, standing in a fully functioning mirage of the arcology. Once he turned toward them, the terror spasmed and lurched forward and backward in time, at erratic durations and speed. He was ripped both ways into non-existence as the terror flittered through events like a fourth-dimensional montage. The terror held steady again, returning the man and his moment to existence. Shao Kahn took notes of the badge on his coat that read, Gideon Tepin, MPA, Senior Marine Biologist. Tepin looked upset and turned away before speaking. She's afraid. That's why we're all having them. Something's wrong. She's showing us what's coming in plain view. The man angrily swiped his hand through the air in Sloane's direction. It's like she's screaming it into my head. I know I'm not the only one hearing it. It chose us. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the border between them and now. I'm dreaming my own memories, but with little differences. Little omens. Black ships in the sky. Sloane leaned forward, hand nearly pressed to that of the living memory playing out before her on the other side of the tear. She's trying to warn us. We should evacuate. We have to get her. The tear lurched again, ripped away, lost to the rushing wave of time and blinked into non-existence. Gone. Sloane dropped her hand, jaw clenched. See if you can dig up any archaeology records on this. That marine biologist, Teppan, was he in some sort of captured time fluctuation? Is that even possible? Sloane asked. I've never seen anything like it, Shao Kahn said. I'm not really sure. Shao Kahn skimmed archive reports. It's under T-Lev 01. Looks like a psychic space whale some biologists were studying out in the ocean. They never got accurate measurements, but this estimate can't be correct. Over 150 meters. Report says it wasn't from here, though, and refers to a lot of visions that personnel were having, which is odd. Not a lot of alien species in Seoul until the Golden Age. I was having dreams while I was out, Shao Kahn, of some other world. The pyramid on Titan, the tower, like I remember being there for each one. Well, I guess it could be an ancient space whale, or sometimes the traveler gives people dreams. But are we going to ignore the obvious? You were rendered unconscious by a pyramid wave explanation? No, but we've seen enough weird not to knock it. Sloane sighed. Sure, I'll log that away, Shao Kahn said. You know, the readings coming from inside that field Teppan were in were consistent with atmospheric records on Titan during the collapse. What does that mean? Sloane looked back at the spot of the warp space-time. Was he real? I don't know. I just know it wasn't a simulation. Yeah, things got real weird on Titan. They got real weird. Day 92. Jeez. Big jump in time there. Oh boy, it's another long one. I knew this set had a very long story. I didn't think it was this long. Day 92, take and live. Sloane deftly maneuvered across the open ocean floor. Together with her ghost, she'd chased the pyramid's signals across Titan, but arrived too late at each coordinate site. They'd encountered nothing more than further wounds in the fabric of reality, slivered glimpses into moments held in Titan's memory, occasionally discarded shrieker cores littering a site, evidence of a ritual gone cold but not so cold that Shao Kahn couldn't detect figments of residue that drove her scanners haywire. More than once, Sloane had found a clutch of disoriented fallen scattered around those wounds. Some in a stupor, most driven violently mad. Shao Kahn said their brain patterns were fractured, synapses burned into conflicting circuited loops. Man, I feel that. As if their collection of experiences had been dissected and left disparate in part. But Sloane felt drawn across the barren seafloor to each new site, shrouded in sunless shadow. Something cut through that dark, guided her, as if she drafted behind a rogue wave. We're almost to the next site, Shao Kahn said. Let's pick it up. The methane flowed over Sloane's armor in a slick, slipstream current that left a long tail of particulate floating in her wake, agitated by oxygen bubbles spurting from her mask. Shao Kahn followed close behind, sweeping the area with light beams that dissipated over vast, featureless depths. Resonant pyramid energy, neutrino dispersals, and some kind of quantum entangling. That's the best I can make of it, Shao Kahn says, razor blades deployed. The pyramid's moving again. The site seemed quiet on the surface. Sloane glanced over a sea cliff and tapped Shao Kahn, who had been leering out at the expansive dark ocean as if she was tracking something. You ready? The ghost turned to Sloane and hesitantly tilted her shell into a nod. They killed their lights, allowing the bioluminescent coral around them to illuminate the path down to a newly split open gorge infested with Taken corruption. Sloane swapped her visor to a thermal targeting overlay and slipped over the edge of the chasm. Tendrils of Taken malignants flowed from the split ground beneath her, dancing in the methane like noxious filaments. The fissure looked large enough for her to finagle her suit through safely. Sloane glanced over her shoulder and held up a hand to Shao Kahn. "Watch my back from a distance." "Oh no, I can fight." She bit back defiantly. "Fallen, Hive, and Taken are all over this sector. Lie low on this one. If something goes wrong, it can't go wrong with you. Get me?" She landed in a small cavern where a tangle of Taken threads withered around a decrepit Hive sigil of resilient witchcraft. Whispers spewed from the sigil, wrapped around her mind, coaxed her forward. But she reached a hand toward the sigil and methane burst around her like depth charges, as Taken blights manifested a small detachment of soldiers. Sloane spun, her fists crackling with lightning, her fingers weaving her arc light safely through the methane around her. She charged the first of 3 blights, thruster dodging incoming fire pinged by her HUD. She broke through the blight screen, planted her feet, and threw a lightning punch like a Gauss cannon, atomizing the Taken and the blight itself. Her power suit carried her fulgurant fists from hostile to hostile in rising, truculent battle fervor. When the cavern quieted, Sloane turned back to the sigil and called Shao Kahn down. "I can hear the Taken through this sigil thing. It's like they're broadcasting out loud. Not in words, but their proximity, like sonar. Can you tap into it?" Shao Kahn's concerned response was muffled by an intrusive thought echoing from somewhere far off, circling the sea around her and draining off into her mind. Take. Live. Sloane thought of the ocean shells crawling into the pyramid's minions, their rituals and corruption sinking deeper into Titan's mantle by the day. Of the armies they threatened to summon, of what they searched for in the deep. She thought of the fallen who had no way to flee, shocked into madness by the reality-wounding waves that swept over Titan like a gray matter line. A terminator of experience, via suspension within it. With this foreknowledge of her enemy's plans, maybe she could be a step ahead of Dusk. Take. Live. Sloane stepped forward, dazed, her mind drowning in the ocean's dangers, and gripped the sigil. The rippling Taken energy immediately backfired into a blinding burst of energy. "No!" Shao Kahn dove forward in horror as Taken tendrils twisted around Sloane's armor and dragged her to the ground. "Sloane!" As tendrils buried themselves into her flesh. Dry lips. Sloane heard a new voice, clear as sirens in a storm. "Warrior of the sky, you are known to me. I accept your challenge." "Hey, Zuvu. How's it going?" This one's wearing me out. This one looks shorter, at least. Day 287. A rising pressure signaling imminent danger. "There's nothing to hide behind," Sloane laughed sardonically over comms, annoyance building in her voice. She made a point of spinning in the empty, expansive ocean, exoskeleton-encased arms out wide before turning to her ghost. "They've been walking through desolate nothingness for days, tracking the next site. We need to keep hitting them. It's been over a year of chasing pyramid waves of the blight. You're getting worse." Shao Kahn's shell cut like fins through the methane. "And there is something out there. It's been tailing us. Or ahead of us." "I know, it's something old." Sloane's voice was flat. "I told you, I think it's been talking to me. Or more like, thinking at me." Silence hung over them for a moment before being swept away by the current. "Oh, is it now? Care to share more about that?" the ghost asked with restrained frustration. Excuse me. "Whatever's out there, I think it's guiding us, or trying to see if it can trust us. If we're compatible? Oh, that's good and vague, Shao Kahn hissed. You sure that's what it wants? Because we have a hive god chasing us. We don't have the luxury of guessing wrong. It's just a feeling, not really my thing, but my gut tells me it's well-intentioned. Xivu Arath, on the other hand... Shao Kahn dropped onto the seafloor bed. That's what we've been following? Your gut? You think you can charge into fight after fight on a feeling and keep walking away? Isn't that the idea? I'm effectively immortal. Sloane stopped, turned and shook her head. The suit's wearing. Rations are... Look, we need to finish the mission while I'm still in fighting condition. Titan's gone, Sloane. Shao Kahn rose and drifted past her. Oh. What happens if you die somewhere too dark to drag you back? Have you considered that? This coming from the gung-ho ghost taking on the whole hive army with a set of shaving razors. Sloane chuckled to herself. Seriously, are you expecting to live through whatever this is? No, Shao Kahn said meekly. I hoped you would. The firm lines of Sloane's expression crumbled for an instant. This was unlike them. She shut her visor, cleared her throat, and turned to continue marching. No more fighting for you. That's an order. But that's... I was saying that to you, the ghost stepped forward. Hey, don't walk away from me. Sloane stopped. The heavy metal around her boots sank into the silty seafloor. I'm not... There's nowhere to walk away to. That's my point. Sloane jabbed a finger at her ghost. I'm not starving to death for an eternity just to turn out like the psycho that runs Gambit, even if I make it that far. But if you don't have to worry about that, let me be useful while I can. Then move on when it's over. I think I butchered that whole sentence, that whole paragraph a little bit. Shao Kahn whirred in thought for a moment. I don't want to make it without you. We don't get to choose that. Sloane straightened her stance. If you can't take it when it hits you, you go out and hit it with it before it gets started. Sloane raised her visor and met Shao Kahn's stare. That's the best plan I have while I'm still walking. You have a better one? No. Then let's get to work. Sloane, you're killing me right now. Day 402. You wear my banner. Xivu Arath, Hive God of War. They crammed a lot of words into this set. My God. I don't think I read these. I think I watched a video of these. Because I know the story. Sloane knelt, unable to stand. All the weight of Titan's ocean around her was nothing compared to the pressure of Xivu Arath's will pinning her down. A horde of gnashing hive bore lipless smiles around a single taken knight. He stood tall before her, brandishing a gleaming blade that anchored an impressive terrace of sharpened obsidian. The terrace loomed over their heads. A voice cut through the gnashing, eager, toned like running blood. So that's Kelgarath. Soldier of the sky, your strength wanes, your strategy too obvious. You took without claim, and now I claim you. The sky, drawn to fall once more, pinned by night's blade. Summon your meager light, your sky tether, you are defeated. Xivu's voice rose from her projection, booming from the black terrace with laughter like screaming fear. Your bearer needs you, ghost. Be brave. Sloane felt needles of intent thread between the gaps in her arm. That was bad. That was a real bad. Sloane felt needles of intent thread between the gaps in her armor hook into her muscles and slowly peel away the power suit's deep-set rivets from inset bone, a violent unraveling to a slow and painful end. Shao Kahn watched the torture from rocky concealment, razors extended, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Minutes felt like hours, but Sloane clung to life in a cloud of crimson-tinged mist. Delirium and agony fogged Sloane's mind, but an offer pierced through the cacophony of war. She heard it in her mind, as if she had heard it herself. As if she had thought it herself. A broken promise. Bond.
85% probability of
She considered the
intelligence-related
offer.
objective.
Shao Kahn rushed forward, unwilling to watch any longer, and whirled through a swarm of thrall with her blades. If she could reach Sloane, if she could just cut her free. Xivu Wrath shrieked with whetted laughter. This morsel is mine to consume. Lances of pure onyx thrust through the sea to impale the little light. The terrace bulged and surged forward, swelling as if to burst. For a moment, Shao Kahn believed Xivu Wrath would burst through the Black Terrace herself, wielding a blade in corporeal hand. War's presence emanated with such strength. Instead, a gargantuan serpent crashed through the projection and snatched the knight into his cavernous jaws as it surged by, shattering the terrace's connection to the knight. Eruptions of soul fire swallowed the terrace and branched through the methane as the projection imploded on itself. Excuse me? The serpent dove, its enormous form overtaking and dwarfing the crumbling terrace projection. It twisted above them, unfurling a portion of its tail to sweep aside scores of hive with ease and sending plumes of sediment into a thick, obfuscating fog. Sloane collapsed, and Shao Kahn rushed to her side, cutting through an acolyte before it could raise a shredder. "We need to go! Get up!" Shao Kahn exclaimed, and began stitching Sloane's gushing wounds and mending bones where she could. All around them the hive fired wildly into the sea, the soul fire pops of their death spurring tiny muted explosions as it reacted with liquid methane. Before Shao Kahn could get Sloane to her feet, the serpent slammed down in front of them, belly first, and shielded them from retaliatory hive salvos. Shao Kahn darted in front of Sloane, razors ready against this giant beast, but the serpent simply looked at the Titan, its massive eyes spanning more than 3 of her, shoulder to shoulder. Once more, Sloane heard the promise in her mind. Bond. Live. And so, they struck an accord.
Intelligence operations? What a paradox!
Whew. And yeah, so the next thing in line after that is the Shao Kahn scuba shell that we already read. I wish I had read that in order. But hey, it is what it is. Need to get these fish. I'm actually just not gonna talk for a few minutes. I need a break. I will question that, though. Wait, is it gone? No, it's still there. Oh, was that not long enough, man? As expected. My lips and throat are so dry right now.
Smash all the bets. They'll have a hard time.
Yeah, we did. What? How dare you? I dread the thought of knowing how long it took for me to read
Vibrations
just that
of the
armor
substrate
set.
are consistent with an
That was
explosively destructive
long.
event. Can you confirm?
I just want to
Explosive
fish for me.
destruction
I just want to
sounds pretty
fish.
accurate to me.
Appreciation
I just want to
incoming,
fish
Captain.
for a second after that. There's not too much left, but it's not a short list either. I keep losing sound because of this awful cable. Perfect. Mortal Lombardi and sheer cold winter, please help me. I require fishing buddies. Please. No! That's bad. Alright. Just get that to 310. I think that's what it was. Ah. You saw it. You know exactly what just happened right there. Ugh. I'm not gonna be able to talk after the stream. Excuse me. Ugh. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Thank you for helping Mortal Lombardi. Or, yeah, Lombardi. Oh, it's just split. Hey, wait a minute. Did I catch an exotic fish here? I don't remember anymore. I don't remember. Oh no, it's all starting to blend together. I don't know what I caught where anymore. It's getting bad, man. I know I caught 2 exotics on Earth. Did I catch an exotic here, or was that in the Throne World? I don't remember anymore. Talking's making it worse. Alright. So... let's not waste any time. I need a lore tab for a sparrow. Which one? The to be remembered. Never forget. Each night the clamor of the tower hangar gives way to silence as the engineers change shifts. Neek used to find the... oh, I know who this is. Neek used to find the lull unnerving, preferring to bask in the sounds of arc welders and power tools. Together she and Amanda would speak about nothing and everything over the cacophony. Now, Neek prefers the silence. Her servitor shines a light on the sparrow in front of her, as it has done for weeks. After making some final adjustments, Neek circles around to the front of the sparrow and hits the ignition. The engine sputters and burns out. It's happened 100 times before on other nights with other sparrows, but this time something is different. Neek snarls an Elixir curse and hurls her spanner at the floor. Then she buries her face in her 4 hands and collapses into a heap, her eyes glistening with tears and her ether tank rattling with her ragged sobs. "Well, there's your problem," crackles a voice beside her. She looks up to see her servitor projecting a holo recording. Miniature recreations of herself and Amanda crouch next to another sparrow as Amanda gestures to his thrusters with a grease-stained arm. She imparts a lesson about its functionality with a smile that says she enjoys sharing the knowledge. Watching now, Neek can't help but smile too. It was a lesson she had forgotten, but thanks to her servitor, it would stay with her forever. She wipes away her tears with a grease-stained arm and gets back to work. "Oh, that's so sad." "I'm sorry, Neek." I forgot how close they got in such a short amount of time. So, what do I do next? Okay. That's all the normal stuff from Deep done, I think. No, wait. I should actually probably read. Okay, here's what I'll do. The next thing on my list is going to be the Deep Seeker shell, which was the final reward from the season pass. Yeah, that makes sense. No, wait, actually it does make sense to read Ghost of the Deep stuff after reading that. Because Ghost of the Deep is technically very early in the season. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Did I accidentally pick up more bait? Because I didn't think I'd been fishing that long already. I'll just get it to 300, it's no big deal. Now is the time where I'm starting to worry about the total fish I have. Oh, hello! You finally decided to join me. Hello. How are you? You done getting into fights? Oh. You're great. Well, have a seat. We're just catching fish. I can actually divert some of my attention to you for a second. Felt that. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Oh, he's sitting down? Oh. I thought that was mine for a second. Oh, you're so cute. Did he not like that I kept going over his line? That's really funny. Where's he going? Oh. One more. Oh, excuse me. Why do I keep burping? All I'm doing is drinking water. Oops. I'm gonna mess that one up a little bit. Alright. I need Ghost Shell. Deep Seeker. There it is. For ghosts who hold on tight. Yeah, this had to have come from the past. I looked at the badge earlier. It doesn't come from the dungeon. It seems intact. A voice chirps in the dark. A ghost and their guardian sit in an idle jump ship orbiting Nipt. Hold up.
To all who can hear me, alert. Incoming Cabal construct. 85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
Well, anyway. Let's try that again. A ghost and their guardian sit in an idle jump ship orbiting Neptune. The swirling cerulean hemisphere dominates the cockpit's right field of view, the rest blanketed by the gulf of space, speckled with the remains of another jump ship. Should we boot it up? The Guardian holds a datapad, the battered case adorned with Vanguard designs. Their ghost peers over their shoulder at the only surviving piece of hardware they could salvage from the wreckage. That and the shards of another Guardian's ghost, respectively arranged on the console. Whatever's in that device might be important, the ghost urges in curiosity more than anything else. The Guardian gives in and turns on the datapad. After a cursory review, they find no field reports, no mission briefings, nothing but page after page of writing, fiction, essays, poems, a huge collection of works, decades of material, all penned by the Lost Guardian.
Cabal intelligence operations?
This Guardian,
paradox.
she'd invented her own fictional universe. It must have meant so much to keep her... It must have meant so much to her to keep as closely as she did. A personal space to share thoughts without fear of judgment. The ghost assessment is analytical, but bordering on the emotional core of the discovery. With a soft, sad beep, the ghost looks at their guardian and sinks down to the datapad. This is a piece of who she was. Personal truths. The ghost muses, as if on the verge of greater understanding. Maybe through her stories she lives on. Maybe that's the same for all of us. The Guardian says nothing and begins to read. Oh, that's sweet. But you can also look at that as, oh, it's fanfiction. Oh, nice. What is it with the fanfiction lately? We got fanfiction, indeed, and then we got dragon fanfiction. Oh my god. Why did he run in there and start that? And then, oh, I'm tired of this. Now we have to do it. I feel like I should just read something else. No! I missed it. It probably would have been a better investment to just read another lore tab instead. All I'm doing is getting more bait back. I don't have enough special. Actually, I'm shredding it way faster with special than I am with the heavy. Stop burping. Oh yeah, he's definitely. Oh, I didn't realize it was over already.
We're too much for them. They're running.
As a consequence of your involvement, the Cabal have acquired no information of
I'm
value,
starting to get a headache now.
augmenting my estimate of your capabilities.
I'm starting to feel it. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not going to try to look for that right now. I'm just going to hope that Rogue doesn't knock it over later. At least it doesn't have much water left in it. There it is. Alright, we'll just get that to 300 again. Hold up. I need to check that. I just missed a pull. Damn it. Quickly now. I have 275 fish exactly. Well, that means I'm still golden. Ah, why is it always when I look away? Stop! I want it to end. Please. I'm gonna have so many fish later. I might actually hit 400 fish. Just based on what I have left to read, I might get close. At the very least. It'll definitely get to like... It might get to 375, we'll see. Alright. Enough talk! Let's rest my face. Yeah, you look so cool, Ethan Skywalker. Go get him. Yes. You really love these chin scratches. I know you. I know you love it. Alright. Let's read some more. What do we read next? Yeah, let's start ghosts. Let's start reading ghost stuff. Let's get the weapons done real quick. This isn't happening, this isn't happening, this isn't happening. Beyond the dappled sea spray on the bedroom window, escape craft and their blue contrails sweep past the arcology as beams of orange light punctuate the sky. I thought that said puncture, but then, okay. They cut through contrails with certainty, and before long each craft erupts and blossoms with fire and brilliant warmth. No one is leaving Titan. Nadia Jahander. Jahander? It might be Jahander. Is not leaving. She has a cup of tea cooling on the windowsill, a collection of her late brother's poetry on her tablet, and the recording of her last piano recital playing on her headphones. The roar of the apocalypse accompanies her. She looks away from the window. I stepped into the stars because the seas were explored. No dragons on our maps. Islanded in a sea of night. Though it could never be home. No hearths in the Gulf. Nadia searches for her tea, glancing out the window to watch the sea rise up in a kilometers-high wall. It casts a shadow so long it throws the arcology into darkness. She will tell her brother that this poem is her favorite. Yeah, so she was definitely one of the people that was just kind of there when the end of the world happened. So the shadow she saw must have been the tidal wave that the witness created. That's all that could have been. Nothing else is that big. Man, that short war tab was like a gift. I needed that. Oh my god, a purple? Crazy. Hey, Bone Skull, get down here and help us. We require exotic fish. Nice. I didn't realize that Sheer Cold Winter was still in this lobby. Oh no, another event's about to happen. What's happening? This usually isn't this bad. How much longer does that have? Oh, okay, it just appeared. Okay, I'm gonna see if this is a short one. What do I got next? How about no survivors? There we go. There's not enough seats. Klaxons blare across the hangar. 7 terrified people huddle by the escape craft's open hatch, bracing against the wind cutting through the open hangar bay doors. "You're not leaving me behind," an engineer shouts. He holds a young man hostage, arm like a vice around his neck, pistol wavering. The last security officer looks down at his counterpart, long dead and bleeding out on the floor. He isn't sure how many rounds are left in his gun. His hands are shaking from the cold, from the reverberations of explosions shuddering through the superstructure. "Let me on. Make room for me. Move," the engineer demands, motioning to the side with his gun. The security officer takes the opportunity and fires. He's not steady. Hits the engineer and his hostage. Both crumple to the ground. The crowd behind him is screaming. The security officer curses, hurrying over to save the hostage. He hears a hatch door close behind him, turns to see the escape craft take off. He screams something, but is cut short. The engineer was still alive. He doesn't even feel the bullet enter his spine before he hits the ground. From where he lies on the freezing cold floor, he can see the escape craft outside the hangar bay. Tears well up in his eyes. The last thing he sees is a beam of fire descending from the sky. His chest stills as the escape craft disintegrates, shot down by a warsat. Yep. Seeing multiple different perspectives of the same event is always disheartening for the people involved. That's a rough one. Literally right outside the ship. I hope the other 2 weapons have tabs that short. Yes! Ha ha ha! Finally! It's done. We finally have one here. I guess at this point I'm just gonna stay on Nessus, because I don't... Man, I should have kept that for the next pond, but it's too late now. That was a great catch. Okay, I'm pretty sure now I have gotten exotic on all 3 of the planets. Oh, man. Starting to really feel the exhaustion now. Starting to set in. I've got to power through, though. I don't want to come back to this. I don't want to leave things as they are. I just got that image from earlier of me reading to fish in my head again. It's so funny to me, but so cute in a way.
85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
I could just read. I'm just gonna read. There's no point. There's no point in me doing that again. Well, got a few done. Alright, so now we want... no, stop that. We want another weapon. Let's get Greasy Luck. Death to the living, long life to the killers. This will not reach you. Anything a knife writes would never. But no more speaking. That time is over. I'm sorry. I see the waves. I see the ship sinking. The sky is filled with shadow. I love you. I love you. I'm alone. What hurts me is you are too. Oh. Oh, that hurt. I had not heard about that one. That one completely passed me by. Nobody ever talked about that one. That's sad. Well, that public event's still happening. That was super short. I'll just read the second one. Alright, where are you, Cold Comfort? I feel like I may have heard about this one, though. Do not be afraid. The submersible hits the water in an odd angle, throwing the passengers against the bulkhead. No one was buckled in before it dropped. Confusion erupts from the team of scientists as they begin their descent. The currents shouldn't be as strong as they are. Titan's atmosphere doesn't allow for that, but they are swept away. The pilot struggles to orient the craft, and for a moment they are vertical, able to see blooms of fire expanding above the surface of the ocean. The submersible pitches in another direction, sinking rapidly. They have nowhere to go but down. Hide under the ice shelf, wait the chaos out, hope for rescue. One of the scientists leans out of her seat, pressing her face up against the port window. A shape moves in the dark, too massive to be another craft, too sinuous to be mechanical. The scientist reached back, blindly grasping for the hand of the person seated next to her. The shape in the sea doubles back, following the speed and telemetry of the current-swept submersible. Everyone sees it now, blocking out what little light is left as they sink past the ice shelf. It dives with them. Not after, but with. She will not let them die alone. Oh. Yeah, okay, I knew about that one. Believe that was in a Bife video as well. I can at least see why that other stuff, why Greasy Lux hasn't been featured. It's not like hugely lore relevant. It's just a sad note. Does fish just show up? Oh, yes. Let's go fishing. Sheer cold winter, I swear. Rogue, is that you making that noise? It better be, or I'm gonna be really freaked out. Oh, yeah, it is him making that noise. Rogue. If he does that again, I'm gonna get up. I can just barely hear him where he is. But if he makes that other noise, I'll definitely be able to hear that. Rogue, you chilling there? I have no way of knowing if the mic actually picked that up or not. But I hate when he does that. It's scary. Oh my god, is actually trying to be reasonable with the drops now. There we go. Ooh, that was bad. That was just a nice catch. The end is finally beginning to... It's finally within sight. And even then, it still feels like there's another hour left. And there probably is. That doesn't even feel like an exaggeration. You can do it. I can do it. I know I can. I've got it. I'm not at the point of delirium yet, so I know I'm still good. If I get to that point, I'll know something's wrong. Alright. Take another stab at this. Need another sparrow this time. How about... Yeah, we're gonna read the recalcitrant host. Take what is not given. The Stormjoy rolls over the landscape, blanketing the coastline in the stinging fog of its exaltations. Its passing stirs crackling ribbons of lightning from Fundament's atmosphere. Shiro waits in hiding, folding up krill small, as the living cloud approaches. It lowers the dangling threads of his feeding tentacles, each just tipped with light. The light fills Shiro's heart with a terrible aching happiness. The sensation hits heavy inside her, bearable only because it is unwelcome. This will be the 4th bait star she collects. Shiro dreams that when the helium drinkers strike next, she will use the bait stars to blind them, then cut them up while they writhe. She must leap as high as she can to leave the bait star loose. The tentacle detects a stirring in the air and whips around. If she is slow, it will tear the blade from her hands. She is not slow. Her sword cuts neatly through glistening translucent muscle fibers, and with her free hands she snatches the falling bait star from the air. The tentacle reels away, ascending into the sky like a withdrawn rope. Shiro exults. It is only when she turns around that she sees her elder sister. Alrush is standing with her limbs limp at her sides, her scroll scattered at her feet. Shiro sees in her 3 eyes the euphoria that is the Stormjoy's weapon. Shiro leaps and tackles her sister into the dirt. After, the two of them wait beneath shelter while the Stormjoy advances down the coast. Alrush is sullen, but Shiro knows it can be fixed. Look, Shiro holds out the bait star. We can take joy for ourselves. Alrush lifts the star by a shriveled stalk, then cups the light in her claws like a small fire. Shiro shoves her playfully, trying to knock the star loose. But Alrush holds fast. Getting any lore about Savathun and Sivu Wrath, like in Krill days, is interesting. That's really far back in timeline. My right nostril is actually just clogged up now for no reason. That's just sinuses. That sucks. I don't know what's happening with this planet right now. The public events are happening too fast, or at least from my perspective they are. Yes. I'm starting to loathe sheer cold winter. I have no idea what they're doing or why they're still over there doing it. They could be helping us fight the good fight and catching all the fish. But instead they choose to do whatever that is. Data knows where's... Wait, what? Is that his name? Data? Yeah, it's Data. I thought I misread that. Guess, oh boy, we may have a bit of a long one coming again. I'm about to... Well, that public event's about to start, so that's actually good timing. We're finally about to start the third and final armor set story. One from Ghosts. So that's good. Oh, that was so fast I almost didn't realize that happened. Just one out there. I'll cast again. Oh, was that go up? I may as well just stop after this one. Come on, give me a fish. Give me that fish. Yes! So, no wait, no. No. Go this way. Let's read The Taken King Suit. What is it actually just called? Yeah, it's actually just called The Taken King Suit. What will happen if I die? It's a little philosophical. Keep this talisman on you at all times. Black, glossy, and in the right light, the talisman has a rainbow iridescence. It reminds Fenchurch of hematite pearls from the Bay of Drowned Wishes. He rolls it in his hand, looking up at Chalco to see the creases of worry in her brow. Fenchurch clips the talisman to his jacket as the rest of his fire team has. What's it do? If it glows white, stay where you are and call out, Chalco explains, choosing her words carefully, all while avoiding Fenchurch's gaze. If you experience any memory loss or sense of deja vu, call out. A silence falls over her team. Palpable tension fills the cabin as they feel the craft begin to descend. If you see anyone at the operation site that you do not recognize, call out. Chalco continues, occasionally steadying herself with a hand on the cabin ceiling as the submersible pitches and yaws in the disruptive currents. If you experience any out-of-body sensations or missing time, call out. Ma'am? Lisbon 13 is not afraid to interrupt Chalco. His eyes glow bright from the back of the submersible. Where are we going? Chalco stares for a moment, squares her shoulders, and continues. If you hear a voice that you think is your own, call out. I'm going to assume. My great work is to die, and in that dying, live. A compact submersible of Elixni design finishes its descent through the hazy depths of Titan's methane ocean. The craft's C4 landing kicks up a cloud of dark silt and microbial life shimmering like stars. The submersible's dorsal airlock cracks open with a rush of bubbles, then slowly folds down into a ramp, allowing a trio of figures armed in deep diving gear to emerge. The submersible's single floodlight sleeps across the ocean floor, revealing the alien landscape of twisting coral. Fenchurch approaches one of the coral growths, running a gloved hand over his surface. "These polyps," he mutters. "Is this..." He stops suddenly at the sound of a mechanical snap and turns to see Chalco and Lisbon 13 plant a large mechanical spire in the ground. Internal lights flicker on as the spire whirs to life, creating a regulated field of water pressure around the submersible. Fenchurch... My sinuses are making this a lot harder. Fenchurch steps away from the coral, rubbing his fingers together. He looks to the spire as its sides open like a flower and release several drones, each outfitted with floodlights. The drones swim out ahead, revealing the disorienting flicker of what looks like the water's surface, but at an impossibly vertical angle. "This way," Chalco directs as she turns to follow the drones. Fenchurch and Lisbon look at one another, steady themselves, and fall in line behind their fire team leader. "Stop me if you've heard this one before," Fenchurch says anxiously. "Stop me if you've heard this one before," Fenchurch says, anxiously checking what is happening to me? Anxiously checking the talisman clipped to his armor. Two hunters and a warlock walk into the deep. Fenchurch. "I have died many times, but these deaths were only temporary." Chalco Yong disappears behind the shimmering curtain of surface tension. Lisbon 13 follows without hesitation, leaving Fenchurch to stare at the vertigo-inducing vertical plane of water. He reaches out, hesitantly touching the surface, only for Lisbon to reach back, grab him by the waist and yank him through. "Everest," Lisbon mutters once he pulls Fenchurch to the other side. The warlock doesn't even realize he's hyperventilating. "Get it together." He gives Fenchurch a warning look that then nods at Chalco walking ahead across the maddeningly dry ground. It takes Fenchurch a moment to realize that he is not underwater anymore. Liquid methane drips off his suit and turns to ice when it hits the compacted silt. The cavernous space is suffocatingly dark. It will be hours yet before the sun rises on this section of Titan, yet the lambent shades of starlight twinkling in the void beyond fills Fenchurch with a lurching sense of dread. He wants to ask, "Where are we?" but the words fail to get past his lips. Instead, Fenchurch gathers himself and joins Chalco at her side. Chalco raises her hand, and three drones come to heel behind her. We are the only extant team of Hidden to visit this site." She sends the drones up into the air with a wave. "What you're about to see is not to be discussed outside of official reports." Fenchurch takes a step forward, squinting into the dark until the drones sweep the terrain with their floodlights. Then, as the alien landscape comes into sharp focus, one word finally escapes his lips. "Oryx." Yep. This is not the advanced team. What is it called? "If I am defeated on my throne, then I will die. My work will end." Oh, wait a second. What will happen if I die? "My great work is to die, and in that dying live." Okay, these are actually quotes from Oryx. "I have died many times, but these deaths were only temporary." I'm actually going to read these back to back because it is important. "If I am defeated on my throne, then I will die. My work will end. If I fail, let me be worm food." Yep. All quotes from Books of Sorrow. Out of water again. What appeared to be a silhouette of coral growths in the dark is revealed to be the mountainous remains of Oryx, the Taken King. The Hive God's immense carcass lays strewn across Titan's seafloor. Both Lisbon 13 and Fenchurch are taken aback by the sight, but Chalco advances toward it. The Lucent Brood performed a ritual here. Chalco motions to the shattered remains of a Hive Ghost on the ground. We believe they were trying to forcibly resurrect We believe they were trying to forcibly resurrect Oryx by combining heretical Hive necromancy with the powers of that ghost. They were disrupted. Lisbon steps forward, unable to look away from Oryx's cadaverous face. Is that possible? Officially? No. Unofficially. Chalco glances at Lisbon. That's what we're here to investigate. The body is still active, with taken energy and darkness. The Guardians who intercepted this ritual reported finding 3 free-floating fragments of consciousness on the way to this site. Memories from the corpse. It's alive? Fenchurch whispers, hesitant to approach his Oryx's remains. Chalco shakes her head. That's unclear. We need to bring back samples for further analysis. Ikora wants this entire site quarantined and the body exhumed, pending transport to a secure location for further analysis. Fenchurch checks his talisman. Still black. He glances between Chalco and the corpse. Are we the first team to come down here? Chalco looks at Fenchurch, then down at the ground. Her gaze lingers there for a moment in tense silence. Finally, she fixes her gaze ahead to the corpse. We are the only extant team of Hidden to have visited this site. I feel like I should know what the word extant means, but I'm pretty sure that means no. Oh, this one's a little bit longer. But not too bad. Access restricted. Decryption key. Okay. Decryption key Fenchurch 092. Rep number 003 taken 156. Agents Fenchurch 092. Subject TKO 300 analysis notes. Taking King Oryx. Okay. Spectrological analysis indicates concentration of taken energy within the cellular structure of subject's remains. Resonance indicative of active darkness presence lacking both direction and willpower. Cellular analysis indicates slow but active mitosis, explaining the exaggerated size of the remains when compared to the subject's last known physical dimensions. The mind is gone, but the body continues to grow. Comparative analysis to samples with remains of subject Witch Queen Savathun do not match. Savathun shows no sign of mitosis, maybe a compounding effect from worm severance and exposure to light. Autopsy revealed no presence of worm carcass within Oryx remains. Status unknown. Prolonged exposure to Oryx causes vivid audio-visual hallucinations due to combined exposure to Taken and Darkness energies. Eris Morn notes similarities to Object of Interest COS-03. What is COS-03? Audio-visual hallucinations due to... I should know what that is. I'm probably just, like, blanking on it. Catalog recollections from Initial Guardian Team Fire Team... What the hell? Catalog recollections from Initial Guardian Fire Team exposed to site indicate... Xivu... Okay. War God Xivu. Okay. frequently visited the remains to grieve. Oryx is capable of absorbing knowledge and events, but incapable of reacting to them. It is my professional recommendation that the remains of Oryx should be destroyed. It poses a threat to the safety of humanity far outweighing any potential knowledge value. Message ends. Access restricted. Decryption key Chalco 319. Rep number 003 taken 156. Agents Chalco 319. Subject forward taken King. Oryx. Analysis notes. Attached to Fenchurch's analysis are quarantine recommendations from Eris Morn and my own analysis of object NEV000 for comparison to Oryx. Is that the Veil? Maybe? Possibly? It's the only thing that makes sense. That might be Neomuna. Like Neomuna or Neptune. Veil. I feel like that's come up before. I'm just blanking on that one too. That's bothering me. What? COS. COS. Okay. I don't want to linger on that. I'm starting to feel it. My recommendation is as follows. Reclassify POIs to segment queries, quarantine remains to off-site location, and limit direct exposure to frames and mechanical intelligence. There's too much of value here to simply throw away. Message ends. Ooh. Oh boy, my voice. Where's a fish? There's a fish. Whew. We're starting to get there. You know, I didn't think I was gonna spend most of the time on Nessus, but here we are. I don't know. At this point, there's no point in me leaving. Excuse me. I hate this. It's gonna be 3. It's probably past 3 now. I don't want to look, though. I'm gonna have so much trouble waking up. Oh, hey, look at that. Wait, where'd that... Okay, there it is. What was that noise? Did someone take the lift? No! More purple. Hey! What's that for? Shave your push. Oh yeah, he's having the time of his life. So close. We're so close to the end now. I can taste it. Come on, 2 more casts. Okay, I don't see it. Just looking at that. Okay, good. Okay. I thought for just a second that it appeared on the map. It's in another area. That's good. Stop that. I want to be able to hear. Okay. Yes. 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 Now, a fun one. Is this a kinetic weapon, technically? Yes. There it is. Let's finally read the navigator. I dive to understand. My brother, uttered by Xivu Arath, god of war. A gift. My true death was from necessity, the others were from love. The Ecumene had cornered us, made us act with sickness. With my power, With my power, I did it twice. Oh my god, I'm losing it. With my power, Aurix murdered our sister, and with our power, Aurix descended into the deep. And with our power, Oryx's wings spread wide, and he blotted out the Ecumene's sky. My court. With his memory and his acts of war, he brought me back with all the splendor of a love that sharpens and kills. A grave. I will find his corpse where he rots. He deserved to die. We do not dig graves. The spire. I will take what is true and break it until it can no longer be broken. I will find my sister's secrets and break them as well. Voyage. My love spills out. My love engulfs. I will go out into the universe as my brother did. I will do so with my memory of him. Oh yeah, that's one thing I actually just have completely failed to address before. Earlier when we were reading the Taken King set, it mentioned the memories on the way to Oryx's corpse. Unfortunately, that's just something I'm never gonna be able to, probably just not gonna be able to do on camera. So that's just gonna have to be a thing I'm gonna have to just move on from. We got the ones that we got in the live stream, and that's just gonna have to be enough. If you want to see the rest, there's plenty of videos online for it, but unless I just go insane and decide to just go through ghosts by myself and try to get them all again, just to have them on camera, it's not gonna happen, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to convince the others to do that. To just do it specifically to get those when we've already done it. With the only benefit being it's on camera. I don't think I'll be able to do that. So I'll just move on from that. I can accept not ever doing that. neck's killing me right now. Gotta stop leaning my head forward. I was wondering, what? Was it the green one? Or was it not? That was super, that looked wrong. This guy. Hey, Nixon code. Nice. Alright, 2 more casts. Are there any bait sitting out here? Someone's doing the strike. Check this quick. 328. Now we're starting to get close to the max. And, okay. We read. We read now. Okay, that was everything from Ghost of the Deep. I read the Deep Seeker shell already. I think. I'm pretty sure I did. I will check that. I'll recheck that. Yeah. Yeah, that was the fanfiction shell. Okay, so means we're at the final 10. What order do I want to do these last ones? Because now what's all that's left is the exotic armor for the 3 classes and purpose. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna read the... Here's what I'll do. I'll read the Titan... I'll read the class armor first. Nope, not that one. So this is the Titan exotic. Tend the gardens of your heart. Emerith is tangling with the last Hive acolyte when he sees the canister wedged between 2 unidentifiable heaps of... Oh, what are you doing, Rogue? Hello. Oh no, he's moving the mic. He's moving the mic. Hello. Rogue, I love you, buddy, but I want to go to sleep. Huh. Hold on. Let's do that again. Emerith is tangling with the last Hive acolyte when he sees the canister wedged between 2 identifiable heaps of machinery. He can only read some of the letters stamped into his surface. Hydra. Ugh. Hydrop. Probably short for hydroponics, if I had to guess. And there it is, barely visible under the glass, a small leafy plant, preserved somehow and perfectly out of place in the flooded wreckage of the arcology. Emerith has a clean shot if he pushes forward, but when the acolyte lumbers unwittingly in the plant's direction, it makes the decision for him. He feels a shot impact against his pauldron as he runs, hears hissing as the slug starts eating into the relic iron. He gets to the canister first. Emerith summons his light in the form of a shimmering barrier. The acolyte reels back, firing blindly. Emerith puts his back to the barrier and brings up his sword. It's messy fighting. If he takes a little satisfaction in cleaving the acolyte's head from his shoulders, he hopes it's beneath the war god's notice. Emerith surveys the room, quiet now, save for his breathing. Kill switch patches him through to the commander. Transmat site is secure, Emrith says. Acknowledged. He bends down to retrieve the canister, heavy but fragile in his gauntleted hands. Emrith holds the tinted glass to the sunlight. Bet you're good luck. Yeah, so, somewhat... I remember by just going off about the lore tabs on the 3 exotic armors, how the Hunter and Titan ones are just are of no consequence whatsoever, but the Warlock one is insane. And he's not wrong. I just don't think it's I just don't necessarily think that it's 100% correct to be of the opinion of if it doesn't world build at all, then it's pointless. I just don't really agree with that. I know right now it feels more important to have world building and nothing else, but if there's not a hint of humanity, then what's the point? We can't just world build forever. We gotta have some emotion in there. Like, just like with that... That's probably why I've never heard anything about those couple of lore tabs from earlier. Like the fanfiction show? Bife would probably never cover that. It's not actually important for anything. But I liked it. Just doesn't make for a good video, I guess. Oh well. It is what it is. Or my fish. Thank you. Let's see, 1, 2... 2 bait out so far. Damn it. No, the public event! The best bar I've gotten today. Wait, no. I want to think we had a bar almost fully filled earlier. Okay, how long is that? Uh-oh, didn't need to do that. Okay, I can keep going. We get 2 more casts out. Nice. I thought it was disappearing for a second. Everything just got dark for half a second. I'm gonna get off of this because this is gonna start here in a second. So, let's get the Hunter exotic going. It's which one was this? Oh, Triton Vice. What is this one even about? With this, I topple Heracles. What are you wearing? These are the grasping pincers of Titan's apex predator. Replicated in miniature, of course. I'm sure the real thing would tower over us. I've read Bohannon's treatise on cephalopods. No, not squids. Crabs, obviously. The perfect organism. The oh, excuse me. The form toward which all life inevitably converges, even on Nessus. Those are not crabs. What are you getting all? Where are you getting all this? The Van Net. Look. The farther out from Earth we get, the more we'll see that crabs are everywhere. Look at the Elixni. The Elixni don't have a common ancestor with anything on Earth, so I don't think our taxonomy really applies to that. How big do you think an Elixni can get? Do you think there's a giant one out there somewhere? I'm asking Varix. Do not ask. Hey, come back. Alright. That one's just silly. I'll admit that. How long's that got? May as well try. I'll just cast my line in until it starts. And then I'll read Cenotaph Mask. Come on, maybe one of us gets an exotic. I wonder if he got an exotic while I was reading. I'd never know. Oh, it's go time now. Oh, it's so close! That's not enough time for anything. It took too long to build it up. But this is the best pool we've gotten. That's probably my last cast. No!
To all who can hear me, alert. Incoming Cabal construct. 85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
Alright. You carry the names of the dead. Access restricted. Decryption key. PEI-112. Who is this? Hidden agent redacted. RE pyramid exhibits. 9:30. Signal still coming through strong. Initiating log. 9:31. The rest of the team is continuing to formulate a means of analyzing the pyramid's composition. Chert and I have set up shop near our point of entry in the first gallery. 9:34. Thus far, we haven't been able to establish any common element between the specimens in these chambers. That is, beyond the fact that something decided they were worth putting under glass. It's an impressively broad collection as morbid trophies go. 9:40. Looking at a horizontal cross-section about 15 meters long of a, let's call it a pseudo-mammal. Fibrous strands on the exterior, could be hair. Some prime mascatory muscles. This thing had a mean bite. Data lost, unable to retrieve. Data lost, unable to retrieve. Error. Anyway, the interesting material is in the scans we're sending along. Chert is getting an energy signature off these remains. Biosigns, she said. Could be a ghost miscalculation, of course. That or the observer effect is taking a break. I'm looking right at this thing. There's no way any part of it is still alive. Error. It's been preserved for... Error. Hey, Chert. Was that wall always there? Error. Chert? You see, I don't know what's going on here, but that sounds awful. That just sounds bad. Well, time's just gonna run out, so... Okay. Oh, no. Stop it. You that fish. Alright, so. We're on the final 7. All that's left is the entire purpose book and Wicked Implement. We're going to start finishing... We're going to start reading Purpose again. Or part 1 again, at least. Sloan? Commander Zavala's voice sounds distorted, as if he were underwater. The chill running down Sloane's spine only adds to the sensation. She knows she had been gone for a while. For how long, she isn't sure. Shao Kahn's internal chronometer had glitched out shortly after Titan disappeared and took them with it. Sloane had been left to measure the passage of time by feeling it in her bones. The universe moved on without her. That was to be expected. But Sloane still can't believe Zavala's debriefing. The words crashed into her like one tidal wave after another, threatening to knock her off her balance and fill her lungs with brine. Stasis, Keitel, the House of Light, Savathun, the Lucid Brood, Neomuna, Amanda. Sloane's thoughts drift back to the wake of the Red War. Call signs and banter as Holiday's hawk flew overhead. Small talk between sorties. Quiet moments and shared laughter between the staccato of gunfire and roar of jet engines. A friendship chiseled into marble, one stroke at a time. Amanda was always fearless, the first to stand up, the last to go home. Why did she always have to be such a damn hero? Sloane, Zavala says again. She realizes she's been clenching her fists. She might have been shaking. Sloane's eyes focus once more, meeting those of her commanding officer. He looks different than she remembers. His eyes seem older, wiser, and filled with something that catches her off guard. Is that pity? Can he see it? This pit growing in her stomach? This yawning chasm that yearns to swallow her whole? Is he questioning her resolve? Her ability to see this through? To do her duty back on the front line so others don't have to? Does he see your weakness? Sloane clenches her fists again. Sir, she replies, her voice holds steady. Understood, sir. Zavala's brow furrows. It's a lot to take in. If you need to, I don't. A moment of silence passes. Sloane does not let him see anything. Zavala nods. Very well, he says. Dismissed. Sloane salutes and returns to her station. She would be the first to stand up. And the last to go home. Man. Let's go catch some more fish. I'm gonna have so many fish. I actually need to check my total again. What? A little bit further than I wanted. Okay, so what do we got? 360. Yeah, there's no way we exceed the limit now. At very least there shouldn't be a way for it to happen. I'm just going to cheat and say when that gets to 220, I'll just read the next one. Man, these threadlings... It's great that they don't go away, but it's kind of crazy that they're still here. Oh. Thought I missed that. Now, oh god, it's... I'm so close to the end. I don't want to jinx it now, but I swear if this stream crashes now, I'm gonna be so mad. It's gone so well for so long. I'm just looking at my second screen. just to make sure it's still up, and it's still up. Man, I really hope that doesn't crash. We probably got maybe, I want to say 40 minutes. 40 sounds right at this point. Okay. We're gonna read again. And it's easy to find this time. Purpose 2 Theory. Ikora pinches a thick and vibrant strand thread from the air. Oh, wait, really? Ikora pinches a thick and vibrant strand thread from the air and twists it between her fingers with ease. It plies to her influence, but smooths the motions of her hands, tapering her movements to flow in cleaner lines. The veil tones in rhythm with the plucks of tension rolling across her knuckles. Ugh. She focuses on the subtle irregular. Ugh. Oh no, it's getting bad. It's getting real bad now. She focuses on the subtle irregularities in each pulse, the patterns they form. There are small few plucked reverberations that resonate out beyond the walls of this chamber, beyond the detection of her intuition, and out into the cosmos. Those capture her interest most. Behind her, an animated avatar escorts Osiris into the Veil's containment chamber. They gesture him toward Osiris and bid farewell. Osiris watches the ripples play out before him and across the fabric of reality, as a wave, then particles, then a wave again. He feels it brush over him. He steps with the cadence of each pulse sent rippling from Ikora's plucking knuckles, basking in Strand's energizing rhythm, feeling whole again. It's stronger. The Veil's signature. Ikora's voice carries a hint of learned suspicion. Ever since we recovered Titan. That is to be expected, Osiris retorts, now within the weave of droning strands surrounding the Veil. The room around them trembles. When Titan was torn back, the Veil took notice. It seemed to recognize Titan's arrival. Ikora tightens her grip on the strand thread. We have the Veil, our ghosts. What are we missing? If we decipher the connection between Titan and the Veil, that connection might be what we need to follow the witness. What of the worm? Osiris asks skeptically. Sloane believes she is our best chance. You taught me the value of a backup plan. Ikora gives him a stern look. Titan, Savathun's throne world, every place we found egregore. I haven't found the exact threads yet, but pull one and they all seem to spin back to Neomuna, to the Veil. You're getting way ahead of yourself. Following some of my less favorable tendencies. Nimbus said we must flow to understand Strand. Perhaps it is the same with the Veil. Osiris moves beside Ikora and reaches up, palm parallel to the threads drawn taut from Ikora's braid of strand. Saul remembered Titan in a way. The Veil's signal spiked when Titan returned from memory to reality. When the rhythm of the solar system had been restored to order. Osiris drops his hand and looks at Ikora. Perhaps we must simply find that rhythm before we are able to interpret the beats within it. And once we do, then we should be able to reverse that process, she replies. Ikora releases the thread and tracks the rippling points of connection that travel outward along the fabric-like strands of existence to the walls of containment enclosure. We're too late in the game for something to mean nothing. It has to connect. Ikora sighs and turns to Osiris. Your flair for educating others is returning. Though I bet some would say you never lost it, she smiles. Osiris smirks. Come, walk with me. We'll discuss this unifying theory of yours. Okay, I don't recall that ever being discussed before. I think that was all new to me. So, I can't figure out if she's just manipulating the strand that's already in the room, or if she can actually just use it now. That'd be kind of cool if she's starting to pick up on strand. She's already using darkness. A little bit. She's certainly more open to it these past few years. That'd be really cool, actually, if Osiris could actually teach her strand. Would make sense. Like, even when he's not a guardian, doesn't have light anymore, he's still teaching Ikora how to do shit. With paracausal powers. I like that. Oh no. Oh no, that wasn't funny. I'm delirious now. Oh no, it's bad. It's all crumbling apart in front of my eyes. I've got to get out of here, man. Starting to wonder if I should... It's not going to do me any favors, but I'm starting to wonder if I should just power through the last lore. The whole point... Well, not the entire point, but the biggest point of doing the fishing while I was reading was just so I wouldn't have to constantly talk. Chewbacca-lips. That... I hate that that's good. Man, no purples? From anyone? Oh, he's the only other person here. We need some legendaries! Okay, let's get 2 more, then read part 3. Oh, I think he caught something. Oh, no, he's just changing positions. He had me excited there for a second. Who are you? What's your name? Oh, the Ghost Hunter. Alright. Legacy. A soft, simulated whimper echoes across the workshop as Archie rests his head on Anna's shoulders. They sit together in front of the harness, holding up Rasputin's erstwhile exoframe, a lifeless effigy of cables and steel. I know, buddy, Anna says quietly. I miss him too. After Rasputin's sacrifice, Anna had arranged for the exoframe to be transferred from the helm to her workspace in the tower. At the time, she had told herself that keeping the frame in storage would have been a waste, that as technological advances could prove useful to other exos in the future. Honestly, though, she simply wasn't ready to let go. Nevertheless, she signed herself up for a new task. What better way to cope with grief than by staying busy? So she had made good on her word, tinkering with the frame to reverse engineer its more convoluted components. That was until she heard that Titan, like Mars before it, had suddenly reappeared. And Sloane along with it, a warrior in need of a war, a weapon in search of a target, not unlike a war mind. The thought kept Anna from fully burying herself in her work. For now, she wraps her arm around Archie as her thoughts drift to all the detritus left in Rasputin's wake. Rasputin had reassembled an arsenal of unfathomable scale, remnants from thousands of warsats strewn across the solar system, prototype weaponry never to be completed, stratagems and simulations forever forgotten. And yet, sitting here in the shadow of his sacrifice, Anna finds that she wants to remember him by the one thing not built for war. A canine AI created for no other purpose than companionship. One that has made a home for himself in the tower, greeting everyone he meets on his daily walks. In the end, Rasputin's legacy was not the war he waged, but the lives he sought to protect. The notion brings a smile to Anna's lips. It's what distinguished him from Sivu Arath, and Anna hopes that Sloane can realize the same holds true for her. Anna looks at the exoframe one last time before rising to her feet and pats the dog on his head. He happily wags his tail in response. "Come on, Archie," she says, as she reaches for her comms unit. "Let's go for a walk." See, either it's been a while since I heard it, or I'm just completely forgetting this lore entirely, because that's another one I'm not sure if I heard about. No! Rip. Yep.
Attention!
Time
a
to
fallen mining
read.
expedition is on its way. May I suggest
I will take
discouraging them?
advantage of this. Oh, you good? Oh no. Don't die. I will take advantage of this public event appearing and continue reading. Tether. Eris let her wise eyes wander over the interior of the derelict, wondering if Drifter had hastily tidied it before her arrival. That's really cute. Unprecedented, but he could still surprise her. They sat together as they always did when she came to speak to him face to face. Drifter sighed and shook his head, flicking his coin absently between his fingers. "Sloane's in a bad way," he said. Eris nodded. "And you believe my speaking to her will be beneficial," she replied. Drifter shrugged. "Helped a few people already, didn't I?" Eris considered this. "It should be you," she finally answered. Drifter laughed at this, but fell silent when her expression remained unchanged. "Me?" His confusion was genuine. "Why would she trust me?" "Trust is built, Drifter," Eris said, "and you have taken the first step." He was pensive. The movement of the coin over his knuckles stopped. She continued. "I have found," she said, her words measured, "that one is grounded by honesty, not only in oneself, but with those around you." He heaved a slow, hard breath. "I don't know if I can," he said, his voice small. "Yes, honesty is a supplication," Eris said.
Knowing you, it won't look that way for long.
"We ask to be seen. We are made vulnerable, but it is necessary to be treated with care." Her explanation was met with one of his rasping chuckles. Drifter leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. He held his coin tightly between a thumb and a forefinger. "You always make something sound so easy." "Wait, what?" "You always make something so easy sound so freaky, Moondust," he said. Eris ignored this. "Tell her what you told me," she said more simply. "The Deputy Commander's trust will not come without reciprocity." Drifter fell quiet, looking down. She could hear his breath and see the strange shiver of his fingers when he clutched the coin. Eris reached out and placed a hand on his arm. He was tense to trembling, but her touch was light, quiet, comforting. He placed his hand over her own. "You know, some days I still wake up scared," Drifter said softly, "even when I can't remember my dreams. That it is what it is to survive." There was a gentleness in Eris's voice. He nodded, then looked up and met her gaze. "Hey," Drifter said. "You find that joy yet?" "Soon," Eris answered. "Joy is built, but I have taken the first step." Drifter withdrew his hand. After a moment, she did too. Eris stood and Drifter's eyes followed her. Consider my counsel, Germaine. She knew he would. Drifter let the silence linger. Drifter let the silence linger. That's not my name, he said at last. That is what you let them call you. It was a small link to his past, a link to a life he had picked for himself. He nodded slowly, holding her gaze. He would let her call him that too. Alright, that one I know. That one I remember. Oh, it's still going? Man. Well, I guess we're just powering through the war now. Very unexpectedly. Expectation. I don't know what I expected. Zavala sets down a datapad on his desk, watching Ikora pace back and forth across his office. I don't know, he sighs. Maybe we should have. Ikora stops pacing. She turns to look at Zavala with an accusatory stare.
Look at all that glimmer.
Every
Just
single enemy
lying
we
around.
fought was brought here by the Traveler, Zavala says, slouching back into his chair. The Hive, the Fallen, the worst of the Cabal. His attention drifts down to the datapad, Sloane's report on the origins of the Witness. What's one more group of people chasing it? This isn't the Traveler's fault, Ikora says, doubling back on Zavala's desk. You read the same report I did. We are at war with an entire civilization condensed into an individual. Multitudes of resentment and hatred crushed into a singularity. Resentment toward the Traveler, Zavala grumbles. I'm not saying the Traveler's at fault. I'm saying it's a harbinger of ill omen. Everywhere it's gone, nothing but death has followed. Does it realize that? Does it care? Ikora approaches Zavala's desk. Does it matter? She challenges him. It is obviously outgunned and running. For all the Traveler's strength, the Witness is the greater power. It never came to us to uplift us. It came to us for help. Zavala is silent. He looks up from the datapad to Ikora, then sighs and slowly rises from his seat. Ikora follows him with her eyes, watching him move to the window where he would gaze out at the Traveler in the past. Now, a fleet of allied vessels struggle to fill that void. Were they really that unified? Zavala asks, looking at Ikora's faint reflection. Who? The Witness's people. Zavala stares past Ikora's reflection to the city. Were they truly of one mind, united in a desire to become this thing?
We got all
Or
their
were they forced, compelled into action by the guidance of a few?
Resources.
She can feel the doubt in his words, not in his wonderings about the Witness's origins, but in the Vanguard and what he sees as a parallel. Okay, Zavala is so right. Oh, the Final Shape Collector's Edition lore book literally addresses this. He's so right. Ikora steps to Zavala's side, briefly touching his elbow. We'd never become that, she said softly. Not in all of Elsie's journeys through time. Not in any hypothetical future. We stand together because we believe what we're doing is right, Zavala interjects, looking Ikora in the eye. She sighs, turning to face the window. Her shoulders sag, and she is lost in the details of the cityscape. I don't know what I expected either, Zavala says. But you're right. It wasn't this. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Is it still going? What? There's a man! He actually scared me. How long was he just sitting there? Alright, we are commencing the last bit of fishing, it looks like. Didn't even see what I was at. Quietly Yours is near. That's creepy. Alright, that gets to 200. Then we stop. It's nice to actually have some help on the last one. Quietly Yours died! No! What are you doing over there? What do you have? How do you have your gun out? And fishing. You weird little guy. Funny little man. Oh man, I know I was just staring at nothing right there for a second. I'm so glad we're almost done. It's literally down to two tabs. Stream's still going. Yeah, stream's still going. Depending, I might just run this fishing spot out, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, we do have 4 people here now, so now things are getting good. Why would you cross the streams like that? Oh! Yes! Another one! I'll take it. One more right before the end. That's nice. Up. Didn't pay attention. Okay. Alright. We're almost there. It's almost over. Conviction. Zivurath's claw wraps around a hitless... Zivurath's claw wraps around a hiltless, slender, Vanta-black blade impaled into the spine of a prostrated knight, whose own sword clatters to the ground, inches from its grip, defeated. She twists her blade, and the knight's roars echo within the dreadnought. Dreadnought? Zivu's will soars through the ascendant plane and crosses the barrier between this world and the next to find communion with the witness. Within a distant hollow they convene. They resist. The witness's many voices cascade over each other. Like wounded prey, all tire in time. If they do not. Zivurath sees the hidden thrust of his question. She knows it doubts her, but does not understand why. No matter the outcome, they stand at the precipice of the final shape. The sword will decide and be forged stronger for it. It is beyond that now. She does not want to fail before the end. She is so close now. She saw her past failures as blood penance, paid for strength. Notches where blades and light met her carapace were legends given form. but it's not hers to decide, nor the witnesses'. The logic is a perfect, deterministic sequence of causality built into the experience of conscious existence. None can usurp it. Struggle within the finite is eternal. To deny the blade is heresy. Her sister's word played in her heads. Her sister's words played in her thoughts like fingertips plucking dissonant chords. The witness enters the solace of Xivu's mind, her inner throne, a salt-flat sliver, extending eternally into darkness. Armaments of all fashions sleep, partially sheathed between the cracks of a battlefield where there is no place to run, and from its gaze there is no place to run. They hold the worm. They will pursue her knowledge. The words echo throughout the desolate realm. The final shape remains to be hewn, that I may wield it glorious against the sky, not as you are, weakened by defeat. The echoes slither over her mind, but find little purchase. Laughter like screaming fear. Meager victories of no consequence. Blurred battles lost within my greater war. No victory is of no consequence. They scheme. War is fed regardless. The sky can grant no passage. That time will soon come to an end. That time will soon come to an end. Show her your love, Shiro. She is alone again. Her blade, buried in spent ash. The sky can grant no passage. That time will soon come to an end. Maybe I'm reading way too far into that, but that wording makes it out like it knows that that the portal can't stay shut forever. And that would be interesting if that is the case. Quietly yours just keeps dying. What are they doing over there? No, the line's been visible on my... Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Like, every single cast has been visible. We avoided that all day. See... No! Well... This is the way of things.
Alert. Incoming Cabal construct.
Huh?
85% probability of intelligence-related objective.
I was fine? I was fine, though? Weird. Well, anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and claim these final triumphs and then read that thing. Oh, wow. I'm surprised that didn't get any real progress. I wonder if I have to bank them. Okay, finished minuting mackerel and make pretty good progress on keyboard COD.
They won't collect any intel here.
Okay.
Cabal intelligence operations? What a paradox!
And finally, we reach the end. Where are you? Where are you, wicked implement? There. And if I'm not mistaken, this one, I think I said earlier, I think this one's short. You, a champion of war. Oh, excuse me. Standard bearer of violence. Let your march be endless. Let brutality be thy whetstone, warmonger of the sky. With wicked implements and grip sharpen love and conquest. Set loose the chill of death, reap weakness from the weak. Through your violence hone your edge, all ties to the black edge, all ties to Xivu Arath. Raise high my bleeding banner, sing battle and become a god of death. On the horizon, face me in glory. It's done. We read them all. We read all 69 lore tabs that I missed, which was most of them from Season of the Deep. It's over. I got an emote. Oh no, I'm delirious. Oh, this feels somewhat appropriate. This feels really appropriate for some reason.
Vibrations of the substrate are
Hey,
consistent
thanks,
with an
Bungo.
explosively destructive event. Can you confirm?
Oh,
Explosive
jeez.
destruction sounds pretty accurate to me.
Appreciation incoming.
Oh, it's
Captain.
time to call it. It's time to start calling it. I want to go to sleep. I should rename this. I should rename this stream archive to something else later. More befitting. I'll think of something, I'm sure. What even is in here? Oh, nothing. It's shards. It's nothing. Alright, how many fish... Okay, what did I end up with at the end? I had 198 bait left, and I caught 393 fish total. 23 were legendary, 5 were exotic. 5 exotic fish is not bad. Now, I forget if these just turn up as exotic. Already focused, or if, I'm gonna find out something, actually. Okay. Okay. I think it can just not be that sometimes. Oh, maybe they are. It's mostly usually... I've seen it not be armor before. Ew, Prometheum Spur. I've deposited so many fish. Okay, the bar's still climbing, so it's safe to keep depositing. Yeet! Almost filled the bar with that. So, how close did I, get to maxing the bar up? Oh, very close. Oh, I didn't realize that I just recently reset. Completely forgot about that. Whew. Got anything in here? Oh, jeez. I almost lost some of that. Could have used those exotic dunks for something later. But it's fine. It's whatever. Well, I'm deleting that just on principle. Alright, let's get these all out of here. Can't believe it. It's finally done. 82. Let's see. No, this one's just not as good. Okay, what about this mantle? Nope, not really. Doesn't even have high recovery. Winter's Guile. No. Not good enough. Not good enough. And how about this? I have another world. Mobility's too high. Trash. Okay. I'll never get that right. Oh boy. Alright. I'm going to check the time now. I was right, it's after 4 o'clock. I'm not gonna get any sleep. Alright, so. I'm really glad that I finally did this stream, even if it almost destroyed me. Because now I don't have to worry about it anymore. I've sat on this for almost a year. And I don't have to worry anymore. Tomorrow, Into the Light comes out. I'll be there. And so will Dylan. JD will not. He's gonna be playing Into the Light with someone he knows. And unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to do the Into the Light content with 4 people, so we're splitting up. I might stream. He's gonna be available on Wednesday, and we said we were going to hold off on. We're gonna hold off on doing the mission, the exotic mission. I'm so badly out of it right now, I can't even think of the name of it. Whisper. We were gonna wait until Wednesday to do the Whisper with him, so we might stream that day too. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out, but I'm definitely gonna stream tomorrow. Not immediately after reset. It's gonna be later in the evening. But way earlier than I started today, that is for sure. Oh, I had fun. I kind of had fun. This was necessary. I needed to read that stuff. $69 lore tabs. In God, how long was that? How long did I go? When did I start? It was like I started right at 10, I think. Yeah. So that was a 6-hour stream. It's not my longest stream, but that was a long one. Not even close to my longest one. Alright. I have earned a rest. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I'm asleep now.